think we're good to go. Yep, I think we're good to go. Okay. There's some sirens going on in the background. We'll just ignore that. Hopefully you can't hear that.
I can't hear it, so.
All right. Well, good morning, son. How you doing?
Doing all right. Good morning.
Good morning.
Beautiful Saturday.
Beautiful Saturday. We love Saturday. Yeah, so our stream is going on earlier in the day. The most beautiful thing about this Saturday happens to be the giant purple portal on our screens. And that means there is a 2x Void Shard event happening today. We both have some Void Shards. You still are going to try to collect another Void Shard today, right?
Yeah, I still have to get through the normal campaign, but I'm almost there at the end.
So when you say get through, I think you mean you need a 3-star normal campaign.
I need the 3-star, yeah.
Right. You've already gotten through it. You 3-starred hard campaign before you 3-starred normal campaign.
Yep.
And so we were able to get you a Sacred Shard last night. I did not get any Sacred Shards. So you pulled one Sacred Shard. It was very exciting. And then it was maybe we'll see what happens in the end. We recorded that. We will put that up in a video probably tomorrow once we've done all of the shard pulls for the weekend. But yeah, I love Void Shard events. This is exciting for me. I'm hoping, there are some good Void rares out there. So I'm hoping we get at least some good Void rares, if not some good Void epics. Maybe we'll get really, really lucky and one of us will get a Void legendary on our first Void Shard event. That would tip the scales quite a bit. Whoever gets a Void legendary, like that account is off and running. It almost doesn't matter. I mean, there are a few Void legendaries who would do nothing for either one of us, but at least it's a natural 5-star for faction crypts. So that would be, valuable there. But hopefully we get a couple of really good Void epics. I have my eye on a few that I'm thinking about. Be like, that would be really fun. So, yeah, we'll do that a little bit later in the stream and we'll see how that goes. So just a quick rundown. So you're trying to 3-star normal campaign.
Yep, just push it through the last little bit of the grind. Shouldn't be too long.
We are also both stuck on this Arbiter mission number 97 where we have to get 50 medals in Classic Arena. So that is something that we have to do. And we're trying to push through there. So let's see. Do I have anybody that I can go? I could maybe go after this one. Be a little tricky. Let's try it.
Yeah, I think I'm on the tail end of that one, thankfully. And after that, should be pretty smooth sailing.
Yeah, we should pick up the pace. We both got our Deacon Armstrong 3-star ascended yesterday, and that has helped both of our accounts. You are cruising in Clan Boss. You did you one key the first 2 difficulties at this point? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, right now for the easy Clan Boss, I'm doing about 2 million damage with 1 key, over 2 million damage, so that is all set and done. And then yesterday, I think I had a run of like 1.5 million on the next level up. It's like, oh, it'll be an easy breeze, and then I autoed it, and somehow my whole team died.
Okay.
So I was just shy by like 100,000 damage to get the max key.
And that was on 2 keys.
Chest. Yeah, on 2 keys.
Okay. So potentially you could get the max chest on both because, in 24 hours you get 4 keys. So you could 1 key easy and then 3 key normal. Or maybe 2 key normal by the end of the day, depending on how well it goes.
Yeah, that's the hope.
Right. Okay, I am still a 2 key on normal. I'm sorry, I'm still a 2 key on easy, I think. Let me go over here and check this out. So what I was able to do in the Clan Boss was, I 2 keyed easy, and then with 2 keys I was able to get. I just didn't quite get this second chest, but they're both adept chests, so I don't know that those are any different. So I just got the first chest on normal, and I got the highest chest on easy. I didn't get any good drops from my rewards this morning. Did you?
Yeah, nothing great.
Yeah. Okay. So, still focused on arena. Got to get through. It would be so much easier if I were in Silver 4, because you would just get that extra medal. So instead, you're getting just 2 medals per fight. You got to win 25 fights, and that's a lot. That's a lot of fights to try to get through.
Yeah, either that or way lower, and every fight is easy.
Yeah, right. If you were,
every loss in the arena feels like, not only did I just lose, I didn't get my tokens that I needed.
Right, exactly. I'm not a big fan of these. They feel like artificial bottlenecks where they're just like, hey, we're going to slow you down for a bit. You're going to have to sit here for a couple of days and grind some arena medals. And it's also a little bit weird because it's like if you have the right champions, if you pull the right champions early on, it's actually very easy. And if you don't pull the right champions early on, it feels impossible. So like the variability seems really high to me, and I don't like that. I think early game players should just have like a consistent ramp up, rather than like getting to these points where they bottleneck you so hard and they're like, no, you don't get any progress for a while. Like, I don't like that. I don't mind getting stopped a little bit every once in a while, as long as I have the ability to like figure it out and move through it regardless of my roster. Do you know what I mean? Like if it's dependent upon like pulling a particular champion, that feels punitive. But if it's just dependent on me like grinding a bit and getting over a hump, that feels like I can do it on any account and I don't mind.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's, like for example, yesterday going through the hard campaign and trying to 3-star that, you hit roadblocks, you go back, you rebuild a little bit, you level up a little bit, you grind, that's fine. Whereas, if it's like get 50 tokens, you only get 1 per hour to run an arena.
Right.
It's kind of just, well, unless you have some tokens saved up, you're just going to sit there and wait.
Yeah, and like
3 days.
You can preview that. You can be like, okay, I can save some of my tokens. Like you can figure it out. But sometimes when it's your first time through, if you haven't like run several accounts through, then it does feel that way. You're like, well, I was just using them because I thought I needed to build my Great Hall for something else, and then all of a sudden they say I need 50 wins, or especially if you're like in Silver 1, I need 50 wins. Are you crazy? Like I get 24 tokens a day if I'm using them all, so I can't sleep, and it's still going to take me more than 2 days based on those. You need to get your extra battles from your daily rewards and stuff like that. So yeah, I wish they would not make it medals, and if they just said fight 25 battles in the arena, win or lose, fine. That I would not have a problem with that at all. But it's win 50 medals, which just feels unfair. Because for some people, that's going to go in, very, very quickly. You can get that done in like 17 wins if you're in Silver 4, or it's going to take you 50 wins if you're in Silver 1. Yeah. That's just too much variability there. But anyway, let's say hello to chat. We've got some people here. Good evening, M. Hi, Kate. How you doing? We got Zahn back. Who we got? Emperor Cat. We got Saf. We got Gioti. We got Shukarian. I've got to say that better. We've got Great Dane. So we've got a lot of the same faces we've been seeing. Welcome back. Glad to have you here. We're doing well. Let's see. How are you both? Sorry for missing yesterday. Was busy. That is totally fair. We don't expect you to be here every single day, but we appreciate you trying to make an effort. Colred, I pulled Demithid today, so I can finally change my 2 key into 1 key. Congratulations. That's phenomenal. She's an amazing, amazing epic champion. So that epic Void Shard was well worth waiting for a 2x event. Team Red, let's go. Yes, Great Dane. We want to get going.
No, Team Sun. Team Sun.
And then we've got, I don't know how to say that name. MVTTQEW. Mvidiq. I'm going to just say MV. I'm going to call you MV for now. Or I could call you Q, I guess. What's up? New to raid, and you've been helping me a lot with the guides. Well, thank you. I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad that you're enjoying the game. I'm glad you're enjoying the videos. And thanks for joining the stream. And we got Billion, and it says, he says, still better than getting 2-star attack percentage gloves, chest, and boots from normal campaign. Took one of my referrals, 1k energy 2 days ago. Oh yeah, to get those drops. Yeah,
they're brutal.
Yeah, it hurt Son the other day when he was trying to do the dungeon challenges. We have not pulled yet. We're gonna wait. My hope is that we can get a lot of concurrent viewers in the channel before we pull our shards. Son still needs a little time to get his last Void Shard. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to. I'm gonna look around my account, see if there are any more that I can get today. So right now we've got 22 concurrent viewers. I'd like to see, let's get into the 40s or 50s, and then we'll make our pulls. If we get that high today, I don't know. On a Saturday, you would think maybe we'd have more than we had. We had we topped 50 with yesterday's stream. That was our highest peak. I think it was 51 yesterday. We did pull one sacred shard. I didn't get my sacred shard. Sun did get his. We recorded that. We're going to save it for a video. We'll let you know what happened later. You can see the void pulls live. We'll have those on stream. And then we'll probably do, you know, we're not going to stream tomorrow. So you're not going to see the ancient shard pulls, unfortunately, but then we'll save the sacreds and the ancients. We'll put them together with the voids. We'll do a video for Monday. So you'll get to see them all. And let's hit the like button. Thank you. I got to remember to say that. Hit the like button. Thank you so much. Okay, so that's catching everybody up. Where are we? Are there more void shards out there? I was able to get another ancient shard from Faction Crypts yesterday. So I hit the, let's see, which one? This one, 25 stars. There's another one at 50 stars. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to get that. So I've got Orcs and Ogrins today. I've only got 8 hours left on that. I could potentially, I'm going to get some stars out of that. So hopefully if I can pick up, let's say, well, I'm going to pick up at least 8 stars. I should be able to pick up 8 stars in there. But maybe if I can get like 12 or something, that will get me up to, if I could get to 40, that would be really good. Then the next day I would only need to get 10. But yeah, I could probably pick up 23 stars between today and tomorrow. I think I might be also able to get a couple of extra stars in this, in my main faction, depending on how well I do over the course of the day. And of course, you know, the nice thing about pulling shards right now is we might get champions that help us in these faction crypts that are worth holding on to. You know, even if they're rares or epics that are natural 4 stars, that can really help in faction crypts. So before you make your first shard pulls, it can be tough going. But yeah. All right, so I'm just looking around. I know that there's the dungeon challenges here, and part 4 of 5 has a void shard. But Sun, you were looking at that yesterday, and it just feels like you're not going to be able to do that because I think you have to clear like level 10 of all these dungeons, or stage 10 of all these dungeons, and it feels like we're not going to be able to do stage 10 of every single dungeon.
I think I can do stage 10 of the dungeons. I just can't get the Fire Knight.
The Fire Knight dungeon is going to be the one. Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe that's something like by the end of the night, something I get to, but
not in time for the not in time for the void shard. But that's okay because that means we get that void shard at some point, and it's going to be there, you know, because there's potentially a void shard event in 2 weeks, right? Because this was supposed to be the Sacred Shard weekend, so there's going to be another void event probably 2 weeks from now, which means whatever void shards we leave on the table today, we're going to have then. And this is the other thing we talked about. If you pull like 4 great champions today, what the heck do you do, right? Because you don't have the resources to build 4 great champions. So they just become distractions from the main goal of getting your 60. And you don't want to get distracted too long and too hard, right? Because that just slows your account down. So it's like, it'd be really nice to get one, you know, good rare, maybe one really good epic, or one really good legendary if you get lucky. But beyond that, if you pull too many champions, you now are splitting your focus in so many different places that you're going to maybe slow down your account.
Yeah.
Another thing I'm going to be doing today on this stream live is I'm going to be pulling void shards for my main account. So I will be doing that. There is I forget if I think it's a champion chase. There's a champion chase tournament going on. And the top 2 rewards in the champion chase, not for the competitive area, not the competitive rewards, but just the like sort of points rewards. The top 2 are legendary tomes. So I'm hoping to get at least that first legendary tome today. Legendary tomes are extremely valuable for free to play players. And I booked up a couple of legendaries during the last CVC because we were in a very tight race for that personal reward CVC. So I want to do that. Get some, like, replenish my tomes and potentially get at least one there. I think I have 27 or 28 shards over there. So it'll be, you know, that's a decent amount. Obviously, I would have 2 more weeks, and usually I end up pulling somewhere around 35. So a little bit fewer today than normal, but still a good number of shards, and we can hope for a good result with our 27 shards or whatever it is. Okay, so what am I doing here? I don't think there are any void shards I can get. Yeah, I don't think there are any void shards I can get. The only thing I could... Yeah, and now that sacred shards are gone, it doesn't make so much sense to go after this sacred shard anymore. So I think I'm just trying to get my 6-star. I think that's what I'm doing at this point. Get through this mission, upgrade artifact to level 16, push through Fire Knight and all this stuff. And we'll probably get to upgrade 2 champions to level 50 and get stuck here because we're not going to be doing it. Okay, so it's just a grindy day today, I think.
Yeah, it is indeed.
All right, and also we want to get our faction crypts, keep working on that. We might re-gear at some point. We need a lot of silver. We need so much silver to re-gear. I mean, bringing one single item up to level 16 can cost you like 2 million silver. You know, and that's just, especially if it's a 5 or 6-star, because it's more expensive for those. So if you just need to get past that mission of level something up to 16, you could just take a 1-star up. That'll probably still cost you 1 million silver, which is kind of ridiculous because then you get no value out of that 1 million silver. You just literally throw it out the window. But if you don't have 2.5 million silver for a 6-star, you might want to go ahead and do that. Luckily, both of us we've saved 1 artifact at level 15, right?
Yeah.
So we only have to get from 15 to 16 on that 1 artifact, and that would maybe cost. You could get lucky; it could cost only a couple 100,000, and that would be nice. All right. So how are you all doing this weekend? Let me know what's going on with you guys. How are your new accounts moving along? How are you progressing? You're probably all ahead of us at this point. Everybody got their first 60. Has everybody pulled their shards? We've heard about some of the shard pulls. Great Dane says, if I can get the 900 gems together today, I might get the 11 ancients, which is a good idea for tomorrow. My pulls were garbage, Saf says. Was thinking about re-rolling and saving all the shards. I'm sorry, Saf. I'm sorry. Well, you got a lot of chickens, hopefully. Or some faction crypt champions. Embercat pulled Supreme Kale. Do you know if he's good and where he's good, Colred? Okay, let's look at Supreme Kale. Supreme Kale is good. I don't know personally how good. I've never built him. And I know that at least the community, kind of the consensus is that Supreme Gallic is the best of the Supreme champions, which is nice because Gallic is the weakest of the starter champions. But I think Supreme Kale was the second best. And one of the reasons is he has AoEs on everything, right? So he has 3 AoEs, which is really nice. Good attack, really nice speed at 110. So if we look at his kit, AoE has a 75% chance of placing weakened debuff for 2 turns. This debuff cannot be resisted, so you don't need accuracy for that, which is really nice. I think that's true for all of his kit. I don't think you need accuracy, but we'll see. I wish this were a 100% chance instead of 75% chance. I really wish they did that. That would have been super cool on an A1. But still, on an A1, 75% chance of weakened that can't be resisted. That is a good A1. I don't know what the multipliers are, but that's pretty nice. The A2 has a 100% chance of placing 3 poisons, the big poisons, for 2 turns, and that can't be resisted. Also increases the duration of all enemy debuffs for 1 turn. That can't be resisted. So you can place those debuffs and then extend those debuffs. So instead of them being up for 2 turns, they're up for 3 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. Very cool skill. And then you have the A3, which attacks all enemies and places an increased accuracy buff on all allies for 2 turns before attacking. So increases his own accuracy. 50% additional accuracy is kind of crazy. When you think about how powerful like normally buffs are, like increased accuracy for a champ that already builds accuracy into their kit. You can get your champions to like 500 accuracy with this, 600 accuracy, depending on how much you put on them already. Also has a 100% chance of placing a decreased resistance debuff on all enemies. So if you land that increased accuracy, that helps you land the decreased resist. It means all of your debuffers are going to do their job. This debuff cannot be resisted. Fills this champion's turn meter by 10% for each decreased resistance debuff placed by this skill. So no accuracy needed in this kit. and yet it can make all of your other debuffers much more able to land their debuffs without building their kits differently, like without getting more stats. You're just going to get that increased accuracy, going to get the decreased resistance. And it's 100% chance here on a 3-turn cooldown. Plus, remember, the decreased resistance can be extended by the A2. All right, and then the passive is decreases each target's accuracy, crit rate, and crit damage by 3% for each poison debuff on them. So that's up to a maximum of 30, although you usually don't want to run 10 poisons. If there are multiple champions on the team with this skill, only one will activate, so you can't run 2 Supreme Kills. So yes, is he good? Yes. Where is he good? Everywhere. Right? Anywhere that poisons are good, anywhere that an AoE weaken is good, anywhere that a decrease resist or increase accuracy is good. Wave content, sure, put him in a stun set. You know, you've got all these, like, remember, you don't need to put him in an you don't need perception on this guy. He doesn't need accuracy. Put him in a stun set. Make him really fast. Make him hit really hard. Give him 100% crit rate and, you know, tons of crit damage. Make him a nuker. Do whatever you want. Make him super survivable if you want. Put him in a toxic set. I don't know. Do whatever you want with this guy. You've got a lot of options. But I would say, you know, good solution for a lot of Doom Tower stuff and probably pretty good against clan boss. So good, very good champion. Did I hear a noise over there, son? What's going on?
Oh, I was just thinking to myself, I'm 5% away from another level, which would give me more energy. So I figured I'd use some energy to get more energy.
There you go. Use some energy to get more energy. That's what we do.
Yeah.
All right, so let's look back at...
Till then, I'm farming food.
Farming food. Let's look back at chat. That's what I've been doing for 2 days, farming food. Stick them in the reserve vault so they are out of sight, out of mind. Yeah, if you get too many good champions you talk about, or just like the bad ones. The bad ones you pull, just stick them in the vault and just don't think about them. Next time Kriska is on a 10 times, just then I'm going to pull my voids. Till then, it's saving times. Okay. I mean, Kriska is one of those champions, right? I don't pull during 10 times events unless they're also during 2 times events. Emperor Cat, he can be good, especially if you're early game. You're talking about Supreme Kale? Yeah, he'd be amazing early game. Good champs that you are not ready to focus on, that is. Oh, gotcha, lady. Okay. Take a 1-star speed boot because you can always use those boots on low-level champs. That's an interesting tip, Kate. You definitely could do that. You definitely could do that if you're trying to save silver, right? That would be a decent way to think about it. You could always throw those speed boots on somebody in a faction crypt or somebody, you know, like you don't have to trash them then. You're not throwing them away. Max R, hey ho, hey son, maybe it might be better to use Deacon's aura instead of Kale's aura for the speed.
Yeah, I was trying to do Magic Keep 9 and
Gotcha.
I lost.
Let's see, what else have we got? Maybe stage 10 on Magic might be possible. My Alhain is level 48, but only ascended twice. Leveling food for 6 stars takes so long. Yes, it does. Tomas says, hi, Cole, just coming off a double Lego pull on voids. You're a liar. You're a liar. Yeah,
Everybody's getting them.
A double Lego pull on sacred shards followed by a double Lego pull on void shards. That would be the sickest 4 pull of all time. Emperor Cat, appreciate the breakdown. Happy I pulled them. Then I love champs that are easy-ish to build. Think he would do a job in Clan Boss as an unkillable team damage dealer? Absolutely. If we go back to him just real quickly, I don't know that that's his best use case, but you've got this A2 that places 3 poison debuffs for 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. So as a poisoner, he's very good, right? You also have the AoE weaken, which is going to increase the damage that everybody does. Additionally, you also increase the duration of all enemy debuffs. You increase the weaken, you increase the decreased defense, you increase the decreased attack if you're going with a killable squad. You increase duration of HP burns, increase the duration of hex if you need it. So yeah, I mean, he does good things for a clan boss team. The increased accuracy and decreased resistance will make sure that you're landing all your other debuffs from all your other debuffers. And then the passive, you know, gives your decreases each target's crit rate and crit damage for each poison. So if you get 5 poisons up there, you eliminate the clan boss's ability to crit hit you. So in an unkillable team, you could put him, sure. In a killable team, you could put him, sure. If you're end game, there are probably better options, but he'll get you through Nightmare probably. And I think at Ultra Nightmare, he's not a bad champion. You're just going to want somebody else who brings a little bit more. Actually, that's not even fair to say. If you build the right comp around this guy, he'll take you through Ultra Nightmare. I think he's good enough. Let's see what people think.
Wow.
Demon Lord 4.7. Yeah, that feels about right. Like he's not a 4.9, 5.0 champ, but he's also better than like a 4.3 champ. So he's got to float there in the middle around 4.6, 4.7. I think that's a good rating from the community. That's not always the case, but in this case, I think he is. And if we found his multipliers, he's got a high base attack. If his multipliers are really good, his direct damage could be very solid as well. So. But he feels like a great Doom Tower champ for me. That's where I would probably use him the most. All right, so what challenges do I have right now? I'm not going to go for these, I don't think. For now. We still have to do some of these. So Force keep on auto, Void keep on auto. Let's get those out of the way. Stage 6 of the Ice Golem's Peak. But let's just keep, I got to remember to keep checking my arena and refreshing the list every 15 minutes. Because this is what I need to get past that Arbiter mission. This one could be a little tricky, but we'll try it. And this one too. Let's try this one. You can see I've got my 5-star food champion still in here because she's actually fairly survivable at 5 stars with the life sets that I put on her. Ooh, this is going to be tough. They've got a shield set on. I was hoping for a freeze. It didn't happen.
Athel does some damage, though.
Yeah, she does. Yeah, she hits pretty hard. She'll hit harder once I get her her first level 60 piece of gear. Or I keep saying that, level 60 piece of gear. Level 16 piece of gear. Let's get the weekend out there, maybe. Hey, we got the weekend. How about a drop defense? Hey, we got the drop defense. How about an increase attack? Yay, we got the increased attack.
Oh, beautiful.
All right. Gonna be close. Deliana gets tankier the more you hit her. But we burned through her. Okay. So let's do that one. Let's try this one. This is a little bit worrisome. Might hit very hard. I didn't land a decreased defense on anybody. Oh, okay. Oops. Forgot about that. Yeah, I'm going to have to wake her up anyway. But that leech is going to help. Extra turn, that's nice. I think we've got this one. Decreased defense would help. There we go. Ooh, wow. Did not do as much damage to her as I expected.
Holy moly. This guy. All right. Deliana. In the arena. Kick its butt.
She is very powerful in the arena. You can just build her tanky and she still does good damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's go check chat. What's going on here? We've got another Tomas. We've got 2 Tomases. We've got dueling Tomases right now. Hey man, first time watcher, long time chatter, really enjoying the content. Thank you. So we've got Tomas Barkos and Tomas Bevert. Bevert. We're gonna say hello and welcome to the stream. Yeah. All right. My Nishak is solo farming Dragon Hard 7, not one speed substat with speed on speed gear after 500 energy. I'm sorry to hear that, but having your Nishak be able to solo farm that is pretty cool. I've got a little bit of a weird text issue here, but I'm trying to see Emperor Cat's text. It says, "Sweet, thanks. I could listen to you explaining all day." Be careful what you wish for, because I am happy to explain things. I like explaining things. I don't know why. It also, one of the things that I like about explaining is that in order to explain something, you have to understand it. And sometimes even the act of explaining it will make
Help you understand it.
Well, it'll make you get focused on understanding even better. So sometimes explaining something to somebody is the best way to learn more about it. So that's why I enjoy it so much. I might just ask questions I don't need answers to just so I can hear you explain. Is Sun still enjoying the game? Sun, are you still enjoying the game?
Yeah, very much so.
Okay, well that was not a long-winded explanation. He's nice and concise. Barkos asks, Supreme Kale. Oh, it doesn't ask. Supreme Kale will probably be great for future stat checking content. Yeah, good point. With the decreased resistance and increased accuracy, may be very useful somewhere along the line. I think Supreme Kale is a nasty champ for waves and clan boss, reducing the accuracy requirements like no one else. Yes, and I like your use of the word nasty there. I love that adjective. I use it all the time myself. Deliana is wrecking me every time in the arena. Kate, yes, she is. She's brutal. She's really tough. You were right on the second pronunciation. Bevert. Was that the second pronunciation? Artak either hits like a boss or just like a wet noodle. His Artak 1v4 you and my Artak. I'm not sure. Max, I'm not sure what you're saying there. I'm a little bit confused. His Artak 1v4'd you. Oh. That's what you said. Yeah, his Artak 1v4'd me. I didn't even watch. I didn't even know that was happening. That's okay. I don't mind. Artak is a very survivable champ. You put him in regeneration gear, and he will just live forever and whittle you down. Let's make a little bit of room here. Let's see if we have champions that we can maybe upgrade to 20. Nope, she still needs another run. What about this guy? He's ready. Anybody else? She needs another run. Upgrade some level 20s. We can use our L's because that faction crypt is closed. We can also use this guy, Pilgrim. We don't care about him. I think today is today Barbarians or is tomorrow Barbarians? Let's go.
That is a good question.
I think either today or tomorrow. Not today. Barbarians is opening in 8 hours. Dark Elves and Barbarians tomorrow. So right now we're trying to run up Ogrins and Orcs. Okay, so let's get back into here. Let's pull these three, or these two rather. Campaign, we need Ogrins and Orcs. That's Ogrin. This is Dark Elf and Barbarian. Those are for tomorrow. We need one more run on each of those, and then we'll see if we pulled any additional Orcs or Ogrins. We're up to 30 concurrent viewers. As soon as we hit 50, we will be pulling shards. If we don't hit 50 in the next, I don't know, say 45 minutes, I'll probably just pull shards anyway, because I don't want to wait. As soon as you get your Void Shard, I'm going to be like, I want to go.
I've got mine. I'm
you got yours?
Go. Yeah, I've got 4 Void Shards.
Okay, me too. All right, we're getting there. We are getting more viewers. I want to pull those shards, so I'm hoping the audience wakes up. Maybe if it's early, if you're on the West Coast. Of course, we've got people in Europe here too. Who it's late afternoon for them. I just visited Europe this summer for the first time in 40 years. And it was really fun. It was really interesting. Got to see some family, cousins I haven't seen in a long time. And then I got COVID. So I'm not blaming Europe for that. I'm just saying when you travel, you know, you're in airports, you're in train stations, that happens. I'm not saying, I'm not like, you know, I never got COVID in America. I only got it in Europe. Like, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all.
Yeah, cramping on our people, man.
No, I mean, yeah.
Mm-mm-mm.
I was even in your home country for a little bit. I was just in the airport. Maybe that's where I got it. Maybe I was in Amsterdam and they were just like, you know what?
Sweet vengeance.
Yeah. I mean, you're not from Amsterdam, but I was in Amsterdam and there was like a hurricane. There was a hurricane running through Amsterdam. I didn't even know they got hurricanes in Europe. But it was serious. It was like an almost hurricane. It wasn't like a Florida hurricane. It was like a
yeah, I was about to say, I don't think it's not gonna be like a real hurricane, but it gets some pretty rough weather.
It was a pretty big like tropical storm that wasn't from the tropics. Do you know what I mean? It was like that size. I mean, the winds were up to 60 miles an hour. It sat on Amsterdam. I mean, it just sat there for like 12 hours, right on Amsterdam, right over the airport. And then there was like a little lull when the center of the storm kind of hit Amsterdam, and we were able to take off in that lull. And then we had to fly through this crazy storm. I guess luckily, once you get to a certain altitude, you know, it's not as it's not as turbulent up there. But we were stuck there. We didn't think we were going to get out at all that day. And then all of a sudden they were like, every plane, go, 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 go. And we were just like, oh, crazy. It was one of the craziest things that ever happened to me, like in an airport or like flying on a plane. Landing in Amsterdam was scary. And then taking off from Amsterdam was even scarier. But it was a nice airport. They had really nice lounges there for like people to just chill and hook up to the internet and stuff. I'm just looking at a blank screen here. I'm just talking about Amsterdam. What am I trying to do?
Bill gets in hurricanes in Europe is what Florida calls a mild breeze. Considering I currently live in Florida, yeah, I'd say that's fair.
We're looking for Ogrins.
I've lived through a couple of them.
Ogrins and Orcs. So there's some Orcs. Do we have any more Ogrins? This guy's an Ogre. Ogrins and Orcs.
Did my kill just die in 12-3? Wait.
Okay. Great Dane says Denmark here. You're in Denmark. Germany here for Max. So 5:50 p.m. That's actually, yeah. Okay. Are you that much later than us? Yes, you're right. You are.
Yeah, they're 6 hours ahead. I just like that 1750.
Yeah.
I had to clarify to 5:50 for the Americans, but that's just in America here they just call that military time.
Yeah, we do that too. We know that.
Yeah.
6 p.m. in Norway. We've got Norway, Denmark, Germany, Finland. I believe we have somebody in England, or at least in Great Britain.
Yeah.
When I say at least, I don't mean at least. You know what I mean. Just remember to like the stream. Hey, thanks. Hey guys, let's all like the stream so we get more viewers. That would be nice. Keep liking the stream. Thomas Pervert says, I've been pimping Colred as much as global chat will tolerate. Well, I appreciate it. And yeah, that's very helpful. Hurricanes in Europe is what Florida, that's what you said before. Yeah, Colred, we all know you've been doing what you've been doing in Amsterdam. I was literally just in the airport. So I was visiting Croatia and Italy. And those were the only countries I was supposed to visit. I was supposed to have a stopover in France and then go to Croatia, then go to Italy and come home. But instead, all of my flights got canceled. Every single original flight that I booked got canceled. So I got to France and I couldn't get to Croatia. So I had to go to Frankfurt. So I went to Frankfurt and then I got to Croatia. And then I was supposed to fly from Croatia directly to Italy, which is, by the way, it's like a half an hour flight. It's a tiny little flight, right? You're just jumping over the Adriatic. But instead, they canceled my flight, and I had to go to Amsterdam during a hurricane. So I had to fly from Croatia all the way out to Amsterdam and then come all the way back to Milan. And it took me 15 or 18 hours instead of 1 hour. So that's why I was in Amsterdam. I wasn't doing anything else in Amsterdam other than just hanging out in the airport, trying to get an internet connection so I could like play Raid and maybe send a video to Sun, because we had just started our channel, and waiting for the hurricane to pass and hopefully get out of there. Hey, we've got someone from Serbia. Philip. I want to pronounce your name Knežević. That's what I want to say. I hope that's right. Or is it Knežević or Knežević? So yeah, so I was in your neck of the woods. I only hit Croatia. I have family in Croatia. I didn't get to any. We almost passed into Bosnia Herzegovina for a little while, but they created the new bridge down there in the south near Dubrovnik, and you can kind of now it's just stay in Croatia. And you don't have to pass through the border, which is a little bit tricky. So that was easier. But there are a lot of wonderful places down there. We've got Saf from Trinidad and Tobago. Well, welcome from
Very
Trinidad
cool.
and Tobago. And then we've got Joburg, South Africa. Wow, we are all over the world today. This is amazing. Johannesburg in South Africa. We've got Argentina. Tomas is from Argentina. The currency tragedy, right? We mentioned that yesterday. Knežević. And then we've got someone from Iowa. That's great. We've got someone from Finland, but they're from Bosnia. I was just very close. I mean, I was in Dubrovnik, so not too far away. And then we've got Cape Town in South Africa. That's amazing. We've also got India. Jyoti's from India. 9:30 p.m. in India. Well, welcome everybody. I'm liking the international flavor.
Worldwide.
Yeah, it's really cool. Obviously, Sun is originally from, where did you say, what was the town? Well, you don't have to say the town, but so was originally from the Netherlands, and my father was originally from Croatia, and my grandparents, and I still have cousins there, and I try to get back when I can, although it's been a really long time since I've gone back. So this summer was great. Yeah, so
yeah, it's funny, like me saying the town is like it's somehow gonna dox a country that I don't live in.
Right.
Yeah, I'm from Alphen aan de Rijn in the Netherlands.
I always get a kick out of it when you just start breaking out the accent, because you sound very American. Like you don't have an accent.
Yeah, I don't have a Dutch accent at all. Yeah, but whenever I speak Dutch,
right,
I sound like an American speaking Dutch. Like I at least I have like the gutturals and the rolling of the R's and stuff, but
you might sound like an American speaking Dutch to people from the Netherlands.
Yeah.
But you don't sound like an American speaking Dutch to Americans. You sound like you're from there. You know what I mean? So it's all about perspective. Americans and accents are very strange. I mean, I grew up with my father has a very strong accent. Not super strong, not like unintelligibly strong. Not like that. He has very good English. He came over when he was 15, so he learned English like in high school. He had a little English before he got
the accent though.
but no, I think for some immigrants in the US, like your accent is a badge of pride. You don't try to lose your accent. You hold on to it. Now that's not true for everybody. Some people want to sound more American to blend in better, or just to like adopt the full language of their new country, their new home. And either way, whichever you decide, like that's fine. And he came to New York City, where there were a lot of immigrants from a lot of different places. So, it wasn't uncommon for immigrants to hold on to their accents and speak their primary language with their families and even with communities. You can find communities of immigrants in New York relatively easily. So sometimes people move in with family or move in with people, even strangers from other country, from their home country, that they may know through a network of referrals. That happened to my uncle. He came here from Scotland. and they actually lived with another Scottish family they had never met before, but like a cousin's friend's,
cool.
coworker had this, and his father got a job working at a factory that was owned by a Scottish gentleman, and that's how he got his first job and was able to afford to bring his family to America. So that's not uncommon. But as far as my father's concerned, like, he still has a fairly strong accent, and I don't hear it.
Real life referral system.
Yeah, a real life referral system. Exactly.
They sent them the referral link.
But yeah, so like I don't really hear his accent. I hear the strange pronunciations, a little bit, but I don't hear like the accent, the tonality. I don't hear that as different. It's just my dad speaking, And so it's funny because when I went to Croatia, I started to hear the Croatian accent, and like even in the city that he grew up in, even with his family members who sound very much like him, I'm like, holy cow, you sound just like my dad. But because it's not him speaking, I could recognize the accent. And so for the first time in my adult life, I was like, I now know what a Croatian accent really sounds like, because the only other people that had that accent were my grandparents and my aunt. And my aunt's still alive and she still has that accent. But it just wasn't enough. Do you know what I mean? It wasn't enough exposure to it. It's just those are family members, and I didn't feel the accent the way I did when I visited the country. And I actually really like the accent. I think it's a cool accent. I think it's a sexy cool accent. For sure. In general, I think I like Slavic accents because of my family history. So whether it's, Polish or Czech or Serbian or Russian or, whatever, like I like all of those accents. I think they sound really cool.
Yeah, when I met your dad, I really liked his accent. I thought it was cool.
Yeah.
But I think it's also, I think there is definitely an age thing. Like I came to the U.S. when I was 10 years old.
Yeah, that's true.
So I think just because of the age, I mean, I never tried to gain accent or do anything, it just naturally kind of happened. Whereas it seems like those that, switch over languages when they're older or, even like mid-teens, there's more of that accent. And then especially for adults, it's almost impossible to get rid of those accents.
Yes. Yeah, that's true. I've been corrected by Saf. It's Trinidad and Tobago, not Tobago. My apologies.
Noob.
I don't know that I've ever heard anybody really pronounce it other than maybe on the news. I don't know that I've ever met anybody from Tobago. I've met at least one guy from Trinidad. Like, again, there are communities, right? In New York City. I don't live too far from New York City, and I worked there for years. So, you'd go into shops or, food places or whatever, and there'd be people of different cultures always, we all congregate around food, right? Everybody congregates around food. So I think it's is it Trinidadian? And I don't know what the adjective would be, but there was a little shop down the street from where I worked, and the owner was from Trinidad. So I remember that, but that was like 30 years ago. I don't remember the accent, but I don't remember him ever saying Tobago or Tobago. I don't know. What did Colward get from the sacred and void pulls? I got no sacreds. I did not complete my sacreds. Trini is easy calling them. Okay. Is that something like is it okay for me to say Trini, or is it that the kind of thing where like you have to be from Trinidad to say that? Is that cool? Like, should I say Trinidadians? I don't know. That sounds weird.
Trinidadians. I like that.
Tobagoans, I don't.
Trinidaddy.
Trinidaddy. Trinidad seems like a very Latin word I can say in Spanish. Is that where the Trinity Force from League of Legends? Yeah, it was forged. Trinidad.
Forged in the heart of Trinidad.
Yeah. But anyway, I have not pulled any shots. Oh, we got close to 40. We got close to 40 viewers, but then we dropped back down. That's too bad. Hopefully those people will come back. Maybe we were talking too much about, we weren't playing enough League of Legends. How'd that get
wow. Yeah, let's switch over. Maybe A-Rams running down mid.
We weren't playing enough Raid Shadow Legends. They both have Legends in the title. I think that's the thing that throws me off sometimes. It's like every game since League of Legends launched tries to fit Legends into their title somehow. It's like you either have to have the word heroes or the word legends in your hero collector. It has to be one or the other.
I say we start a game and we call it Heroes of Legends.
Heroes of Legendary Heroes is probably a game already. Or how about Heroic Legends? That's probably a game already.
That's what I'm saying. Heroes of Legends. It's just broken English enough to work. And
Well, Heroes
nobody
of
would have.
Legend is probably already a game too.
Oh, dang it.
Yeah. We could call it Legendary Heroics. That one's probably not taken. Legendary Heroics. I'm kind of interested in HH Gaming's like Fateless. I've been following that a little bit. And I don't know if that's going to be the name of the game or if that's just their, their production company name. But it is tricky to pick a name for like a mobile game at this point because hundreds of them come out a year. And everybody does
thousands.
Yeah, they use the same name. They all use the same naming conventions. So it's like finding a unique name. I should probably do my. Actually, let's see. Do I have? Can I do anything here? I have 119 medals. I could boost that a little bit. Let's see. Do we have missions for? For the Great Hall.
I know they're coming down the road at some point.
Yeah, they get hard too.
That's why we give him just the tip.
Affinity bonuses. Upgrade 2 affinity bonuses to level 2. Okay. So this can be any 2 affinity bonuses. I think that's it for this stage. But then eventually you get one. You got to take it all the way to 10. And then also for the challenges, there are some, right? 3 affinity bonuses to level 5. This is not cool. Because this is something that like you don't want to do. You don't want to take 3 affinity bonuses to level 5. The only reason to do that is to get rid of silver medals if you're in gold. Because when you go to 5, it like once you get to 7, you need gold medals to get to 7. So you could do that later on if you're still, you've still collected silver and bronze medals. But yeah, so the question is, I'll probably pull some Void Champions before I see where I want to put my bonuses. Oh, this is a friendly defense. Thank you, person with a 1-man defense.
Yeah, I love this.
The challenge conflict with the Arbiter missions. Yeah, that's not cool. Legendary Leave of Warcraft Diablos. I like that one, Tomas. No, but it has to. You have to add a few more things. Well, like we need raid in there somewhere. Maybe shadows. So like, Legendary Raid League of Shadow Warcraft Diablos. It's officially Trinidadians, but we say Trinidadian. Right? It wouldn't make sense to change it to Trinidadians. But maybe it is Trinidadians, but we say Trini. League is pure rage quit. Yes, it is. If I would make a game, I'd call it Give Money. Yeah, you know what? It'd probably be fine. Fateless is the name of the studio. Yes, it is. But I don't know if the first game that they launched may also be called Fateless. Who knows? That would be a cool name. They could call it the game League of Fateless Legends. Yeah. Billion says I have to upgrade an affinity bonus to level 9 on my alt, and I can't even make it into gold 3. Imagine the grind. I don't want to, because I know that I'm going to be there soon. But let's keep going. We're getting closer. Can we beat this one? This Deliana has 4-star ascension. Got a 5-star ascended. Yeah, that looks dangerous.
Oh, I need to win one more fight.
This one's got a Verges. I'm going to try it because I have to. You only need one more fight?
Yeah.
All right.
I know I can't beat this guy.
Ooh, we only landed 1 debuff. That's scary. Okay. Got 2 nukers here that might take me out. Not quite. We survived. Question is, do we go for the Kale or the Deliana? Kale's probably easier to kill because we don't have to worry about the strength and buff. That's nice. There we go. Go ahead and do this, maybe. This could be enough. I think we got it.
Oof, I'm not going to beat this guy, I don't think.
Ouch.
Nope.
That Diabolist is doing work for you, though, isn't she?
Yeah, she does. And I'm not getting wrecked. Ugh. Either way, then we're not going to survive next round, so.
I'll probably get some value out of getting back into the Minotaur's Labyrinth. Getting some scrolls for my other champions. Okay, so that was good. Let's do this one, see if we can get through this. This actually, Vergis could be a problem.
Oh, there you go. We hit the 4-0.
Congrats.
No, I'm saying 40 viewers.
Oh, I thought you were saying 50 medals, but you were saying 40. Yeah, I didn't.
I need one more.
You need one more. Okay. We got 40 viewers. All right. We could be pulling shards pretty soon. We're going to be pulling shards live. Unvarnished reactions. Can't edit out my frustrated faces. Every time, every time there's a video, I try to make it a nice positive video for people to watch, but there's always a moment where I'm like, "Oh, come on. Come on." It's like you get to see that when it's live. Just like every other player. And your shard pulls don't go your way. What I'm expecting, this is what I'm expecting. I'm expecting one of us to hit on a really good champion. And that's gonna change the game a little bit because neither one of us has pulled a champion yet. So it's like we do have Wukong coming. We know that's coming. I'm not gonna win this one. I think this is problematic. See if I can freeze her. No. I can kill him. Nope. Yeah. Okay, I'll just stop that there. I shouldn't have split my focus, but I don't think I can beat that team anyway. This team has a Krisk, and I think I came up against this team yesterday, and I thought, you know what, maybe I can get through this, and you can't, because Krisk is just too tanky. So, let's make sure I don't lose tokens. I probably lost tokens already.
Yep, I'm hoping for one of those one champion defenses on my next refresh. Come on.
Yeah. Okay.
Hi, Bandit. You're a good boy.
I finally got see her. She turns waves into folding chairs. That's true. Seems like Colred really, really likes to get his butt whooped by Deliana. All I see is him fighting her. Well, she's everywhere, isn't she?
Yeah.
Little guessing game. I've got 22 6-stars. How many nukers do you think I've 60'd? Max, I don't know what kind of player you are, but I'd say either 20 or just like 1. Like that's the way it goes. Some players just love nukers. They just love nukers. They get another nuker and they're like, oh, I can't wait to build this champion. But you don't need many nukers, right? You need one for arena and then like one for PvE wave content. And then maybe you need like a single target nuker or somebody like that. So you really don't need that many until you get further into the game. But out of all of my 6-stars on my main account, I have like 5 or 6 nukers, maybe. Yeah, Crashdown, welcome, by the way. You need like 5 nukers total, in my opinion. I would agree. Somewhere around there is probably a good number. I think the longer you go, the more nukers you're likely to build, because early on you need nukers just to get through content, and then later on you're going to need nukers for like secret rooms, in Doom Tower and stuff like that. So, or faction crypts, you'll build a nuker just for that faction crypt. So sometimes that'll happen. So it will expand as you play the game longer and longer. But after like the first 3 or 4, maybe, there's definitely diminishing returns. Now you're building nukers just either because you think they're fun, or 2, because you need them for very specific niche cases. And there are nukers I would like to build, but like I recently pulled a Candrafon on my main account. I have a Trunda. I have a, she's not even like fully built. She's built, but she's not fully built, like super well. I haven't 6-star ascended her yet. I have a Candrafon sitting over there. Who else do I have? I have like 2 or 3 nukers. I've got Supreme Elhain. I got 2 copies of her just sitting over there. So my main account is full of nukers that I haven't really used or don't have any reason to use. I might build Candrafon for Live Arena because he's very good in Live Arena.
What do you think, Cole? I've got 1.1 million silver and artifact at level 15.
Yeah, you should be able to make it. I mean, there's an outside chance you don't. There is an outside chance you don't. But let's hope you get it. Let's in fact, let's pull you up on the big screen here so people can see your.
Oh no. I gotta save. I don't want to drop below like 500,000 silver. That would be brutal. And I need what, at least 80,000 to summon my void shards. Hello, dog.
Are you gonna do it?
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna break my heart. I already know.
It's possible.
Now,
come on,
stop.
get it. What are we hoping for on this one?
I don't really care. I just want to get it to 16.
Yeah, maybe accuracy would be good.
Yeah. Oh, right. I'm getting a new substat.
Yeah, a new substat. It's all about the substat. Come on, land it.
There it is.
That wasn't too bad. It was less than 500,000, 400K, something like that.
Yeah, except that I already threw like 1 million into it before that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Ouch.
Oh, at least it's done though.
Yep, and you get some energy from it.
Get some more energy. Yeah. Clear stage 3 of fire of the Fire Knight's castle.
Okay.
That I know we can do.
Well, we're currently sitting at 41, which is our highest number for the day, for the stream.
Want to do some shards?
Let's just see. Yeah, I think we want to do some shards. All right. I just want to get back to chat real quick. Max never told us how many nukers he has. So I have 2 nukers that I need to build. Grandel and Hefrak. But I plan on dropping decreased defense on arena team for Wukong. Yes. Hefrak's amazing. I want a Hefrak bad. he's like 1 nuker I would absolutely build right away. Hendrik Boomer says, hey, Colred, just pulled a Rotos a month into the game. I want to try and build a slow arena team with Rector Drath. But would that be possible without amazing gear? Yes. Okay, so this is a little bit tricky. Because I come up against Rotoses all the time, but I don't own one. But what I understand about his kit is basically the more turns he survives, he builds up his whatever that passive is that allows him to both hit harder and be more survivable. And then every time he hits, he gets like more and more and more. And then he unlocks his like skill where he's basically going to one-shot people and then they can't be revived. So Rector Drath is great because she gives perfect veil, so that's going to be damage mitigation. He's going to be harder to target. You would have to go, I mean, when you say amazing gear, you want to consider things like, shield and bolster sets. You want to consider other support champions that bring maybe increased defense, strengthen. Anybody that has a passive damage mitigation. You can also use, what's the set? Guardian set. You can also use a Guardian set on somebody, so that'll pull damage away from Rotos. Obviously, like, getting more turns is helpful. So if there's anyone with, like, a speed aura or a turn meter fill, that would help. But you don't have to. So, like, But it would be interesting. You know, it would be really interesting. You can use that as your defensive team. You can also use it as your like go second primary team. Realize you're not going to win quickly in a lot of cases, right? You're going to win slowly, but you can still win at a high percentage. So that's the trade-off. And Rotos is very, very strong. Maxar says, completely right. I've got one. If you consider Saurus and Nuker. I don't. But I understand. He's an AoE wave clearer, sure. It's kind of tedious to go through even dungeons with champions like Marty, Molly, Syl, Miscreated, Vogoth, etc. Yes, it is. You should get a wave clear champion. Like, build one up. It doesn't have to be a phenomenal wave clear champion, but you should get somebody who's going to help you with that wave content, because otherwise everything takes forever. I mean, you should definitely value supports above nukers. Like, that's very true. But you do need a nuker here or there. You have to have some damage, otherwise the game just takes forever to get anywhere. The more he uses his A2, the more HP he steals AK, making him harder to kill, and he also hits harder. That's the passive, yes. Biggest nuke I could max is Biggin. There you go. But he's kind of not that good anymore from what I've heard. Mashallah is the only other good legendary. Both of those are very good champions. And Biggin has been power crept a little bit, but that doesn't mean he isn't great. Right? It just means that there are a lot of other really good options out there right now. But Biggin is still really solid. So let's go take a look at Biggin. So Biggin has this A1 that attacks all enemies one time if the first attack is critical. So you get him with 100% crit, and then as long as he's not weak hitting, right? Because if he weak hit, he loses his crit. He'll hit as an AoE. So this is really nice. His A2 is an AoE, and it hits pretty hard. It has a 50% chance of placing a stun, so that's great in wave content. Also has a 50% chance of placing decreased accuracy, which is good against certain bosses. And then you have an AoE on the A3, which attacks all enemies 2 times, which is very cool, and decreases turn meter by 25%. So if you put some accuracy on him, you'll get that. Also has a chance of placing a decreased speed. That looks like it's 55% chance, which is weird. 55% chance of placing decreased speed. And this is on a 5-turn cooldown, which is a little long, which is why he's been power crept, because in a lot of cases, this would be like a 4-turn cooldown on a currently released champion. But you have potentially 3 AoEs. He's got a really nice base attack. You're going to be able to build his attack really easily. Good base speed, the extra crit damage bonus for being a legendary. He's even got a little bit of accuracy in his kit, so it's going to be easier for you to get that accuracy threshold if you want to use him as a debuffer. Great for wave content. Great in the arena. You can still use him in like gold arena. He will be your gold 5 arena nuker if you want him to be. There's no reason not to build this champion if you need a wave clear nuker. He's your guy. You know, even if you want, put him in a stun set. Like, he's got 3 AoEs. Put him in a stun set if you want that extra control. It doesn't sound like you need it. You've got 21 supports. You're probably all fine with like defense. Go ahead and make him hit as hard as possible. He's a little bit tricky to keep alive at 837 defense and 17k HP, but you've got all of those supports. So just let him be your nuker. And he is attack based. So if you have an increased attack, that makes him he's gonna hit even harder. You know, if you have an increased crit rate and increased crit damage buff, build him with 70% crit rate. Make him hit really, really hard. You'll love it. He's a great nuker. He really is. Don't worry about the fact that people are like, oh, he's been power crept. He's not. If he's your first wave clearing nuker, he will carry your squad for a long time. Like, when you get a year and a half into the game, worry about swapping him out. But until then, he is the guy. He is the man to build. The ogre to build. All right. I think I will pull 2. Okay. Thomas Pavert is going to pull. The more he's using a biggest nuke I can make is Biggin. He's really good. I just built Biggin with 6-star blessing. He hits hard. I can use him both in arena and as a campaign farmer. Yes, you could use him as a campaign farmer. You can use him anywhere that you need wave clear. All right, so son, how you feeling? You feel like pulling some shards?
Yeah, I'm waiting on you.
All right, so why don't we do that? Do you want to do one at a time and swap back and forth, or do you want to pull all your 4 and then I'll pull my 4 and then we'll see what happens?
I was gonna say I got to pull one of mine last night, so I was going to let you go, but we can go back and forth.
I want to see your. I'm actually more excited about your polls than my polls, and I don't really want to wait. So I want to see. I want to see what you get. So if you're cool pulling first, why don't you just go ahead and pull all 4 champions? Make sure you make enough space. You have to have space in your inventory.
Yeah, I believe I should have enough space.
Now I've got some hopes for you. I don't know. I asked you before when we were pulling the sacred shard. Are there any champions that you care about? And you were like, nope. I just want to see gold.
Yep.
In the void category, you can pull rares here. So you're going to get rares. You could pull epics and you could pull legendaries. With the sacred, you can't pull rares. So let's just talk real quickly about, and we could talk with chat too. If you were going to pull one void rare, and assume it's not Cold Heart for a second, like obviously everybody wants Cold Heart. If you're going to pull one void rare, is there a void rare out there that you're secretly like, this is a great void rare and you should build them right away? Because I don't know if there are too many void rares that people would say like, an early game account's going to get a lot of value out of a void rare. So if you have a void rare that you think could really help Sun's account right now, like put that in chat. In addition, what do you think about void epics? Are there any void epics out there? Because I think there are probably 8 to 10 void epics that if you pulled, you'd just be like, holy crap, this is amazing. This champion is just going to transform your account. So I think there are a lot of void epics out there.
I'm saying Bellower, Paragon, Fellhound. I know a Fellhound at Bellower.
Yeah, those are great campaign farmers. Paragon's the cheese master, but I don't know that Sun is going to use Paragon in that way. But maybe you kind of like cheese every once in a while, don't you?
I can't complain.
Yeah. So
I'm Dutch after all.
Yeah, exactly. Are we getting any other suggestions? Reliquary Tender, very good one. Tree Shield, Painkeeper, Bellower. I like Tree Shield.
Ooh,
I think
Genbo would be cool.
Genbo would be cool. Skull Crown, Seer, Genbo, Painkeeper. Acrisia, Pab says. Get Acrisia. That's what we want.
Geomancer.
We want literally the hardest hitting champion in the entire game. If you get Acrisia, I'm going to quit this challenge. If you pull Acrisia, I'm going to retire my account, and it won't be Noob versus Pro anymore. It'll just be called Noob Wins, and that's all that we'll change the entire video series to Noob Wins, and then we'll just see what you can do with Acrisia.
All right. Well, you ready?
Yeah. Let's just. I just want to make sure I've got it all set up here. Everybody can see it. All right, so we're pulling 4. Let's hope for at least some purple. I want to see purple on the first one, or maybe some gold. Man, if we had gold on the first one, go get it, get it. Come on. Yes, it's purple.
Oh, purple.
Nice. It's Padma. I love Padma.
I've heard this one before.
I love Padma. She was my first void epic on my main account, and so this is a champion that's been power crept. So she's not as good as she used to be in terms of like the relative rating. But this is a great progression champion. Yeah. So she's got an A1 that hits 2 times. So think Fire Knight. She's going to help you in Fire Knight. It's got a 100% chance of drop attack if you crit. So you're going to have to build her with crit, right? I think it's, if the attack is critical. So 100% chance of an AoE decreased attack. So the skill only hits one enemy. But the debuff hits all of your enemies. Okay. The A2 is a nuke, and it hits decently hard. It attacks all enemies. If it's ascended, has a 35% chance. Looks like it books to what? 50% chance of placing decreased accuracy, which is not hugely important. This is just a hard-hitting nuke. The really nice thing about this skill is she's a defensive-based champion, but she gets value out of both the defense stat and the attack stat, so you never lose damage stat on her. And then the A3 actually hits really hard. It has a nice high multiplier. It only attacks one enemy, but it steals all buffs from the target. So
interesting.
You can steal shields, you can steal block debuffs, you can steal counterattacks, you can steal all of that stuff. So not only will it make one target more vulnerable, but if one target has a lot of really good buffs, she'll get them. You can also use this against Hydra Clan boss, because a buff steal is really powerful against the Head of Mischief if you have Hex out there and you can actually accurately target that head. But yeah, very good champion. Okay. I'm excited because I love Paid. I think she's fantastic.
Yeah, she looks cool.
She's very cool.
Like that.
She's very cool. All right, that's a good pull.
All right.
Keep going. Keep going. Let's see some more purple, maybe.
Couple more. See some gold is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Another one. He's got another. Sylar. Wow, man, you are hitting some good epics.
Ooh.
Sylar is a very good champion. AoE
A1
A1.
attacks on went. Yeah.
A2 is an AoE, and that's got a decreased accuracy, right?
Yeah, attacks all enemies has an 80% chance, or I guess 100% chance when booked of placing 50% decrease accuracy debuff. Okay. A3 places a 30% decreased speed debuff on all enemies for 2 turns.
And then look at the second half.
And then decreases the turn meter of all enemies by 40%.
40% turn meter decrease.
That's not too shabby.
Nope. And then the aura.
Faction crypts by 22%.
She is the perfect faction crypt champion, and she's in your main faction.
Yeah.
So you can get her just up to 40. Just get her with anything. Put her in your faction crypt team right now, and you are going to get like 4 or 5 more stages just from this champion. She has AoEs on both of her attacks, so you want to think about a stun set. She's great in Doom Tower. Any wave content, she's going to be good in dungeons. You can also, you want to put probably perception set on her. You're going to want some accuracy. You're going to want some speed. You want to make her fast if you can. But yeah, so she can bring you 2 AoEs. She's going to bring you, what was that? A decreased speed, I think, plus the turn meter drop. She's great for wave content. Those are 2 amazing champions. Those are really, really good champions. And even if you don't build them out, even if you just build them to 40 and put them on your faction crypt teams for now, they are both carries. They are both carries. So
yeah, people are excited. Sylar 2, Elevate Sun wins.
Yeah, these are 2 great
Damn
pulls.
that luck.
Now
Team is complete.
Now I'm hoping for rares. I'm kind of like, what the hell? Like, these are 2 really good
Change your name
champions.
to RN Jesus.
All right, well, I'm excited for you. Those are some good options.
All right, let's give it another one. Got 2 more.
Here's your first rare.
Yep.
Painsmith. Some people like Painsmith. I've never really used him, but some people like him. But you've got a dwarf. He's a dwarf.
He's a Super Saiyan with that hair, man. Jesus.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, attacks 1 enemy. Great. Attacks 1 enemy. Enemies killed by this skill cannot be revived. Places block debuff on this champion for 2 turns.
So anytime you have a block revive, that's good. And he's one of the few rares that has a block revive. So you can potentially put him in your Ice Golem team, or you can use him, in particular places where you need a block revive.
Attacks 1 enemy, damage increases by 15% if the target has no active buffs.
Yeah. So not super exciting. But
Ally attack in dungeons by 21.
But I would definitely say, at least you've got a dwarf for faction wars now. You can build them up for that. Let's see what the last one. All right, let's
hope.
If we see gold, I'm gonna just lose it. Okay.
Boop.
Wow, Renegade. One of the really, really good rares in the game. Check out her A3.
Decrease the cooldown of all ally skills by 2 turns.
Yeah,
Skill does not affect this champion or other champions with this skill. This champion will receive damage equal to 30% of their max HP. This will happen even if it kills the champion.
So you've got two usages for this champion. Go look at her other skills just real quickly. She brings some debuffs as well. I think she has
heal reduction.
Yeah.
100% heal reduction.
And then she also has, I think, another debuff. What is it? Decreased attack?
15% decrease speed places a 25% decrease accuracy if they have any active buffs.
The decreased speed is nice on certain boss fights, but you can use her in 2 ways. You can use her as a reset champion for wave clear. So like you nuke out a wave, then you reset all of those nukes if you can, or reduce them by 2 cooldowns, and then nuke out the next wave. So you can use her like that. She's also good in boss fights. You can also use her in a clan boss fight to speed tune for an unkillable. That's what I did with mine. So, she's going to get the big damage dealing skills. She's going to bring around faster. She's also going to bring around the debuffs faster. So you can keep all those debuffs. and all those buffs up that you need for clan boss. So I would say you hit on 3 of your 4, and you hit pretty big. You hit pretty big.
Not bad.
Yeah, you're gonna have some choices to make. I think Sylar and Padma are both excellent champions for your count. You could build Sylar for Arena as well, because she has that 40% turn meter decrease. So if you build her with enough accuracy and enough speed, she can go early there. That can help with Wukong. You've got options here. You've got some interesting options. So yeah, I want to see what.
Yeah, pretty good pulls.
I want to see.
Let's see yours.
Everybody's saying, wait, okay. Somebody just got White Dryad Naya. Tomas, congratulations. She's an excellent champion. A1 AoE slow, which is fantastic. Somebody got Fenshi, Shamil, and Beardell from your voids. That's pretty good. Fenshi and is that Fenshi? No, Frenzy. I don't know who that is. Shamil is great for Hydro Clan boss. Somebody got a Stagnite. That's fantastic. I think we should ask Sun to pull our voids from now on. I think so. You are now going to be pulling shots for all of our accounts.
Yep.
May RNGesus be with us. I got me a Husk. Very good pull there. Had 1 void on my new account. Got a Kemptum. You win. That is maybe one of the best like early game voids you could void epics you could ever pull. You are all set for Hydra. You're set for Clan Boss. You're set for wave content. Yeah, that's crazy. Whisper is solid. Whispered very solid. Somebody Bo pulled 2 Pantheras, 2 Harriers, an Ashwalker, and an Arba freaking Lester today. I'm sorry, Bo. That's pretty awful. That is pretty awful. Ashwalker is the only somewhat usable champion in that group. I'm sorry to hear that. All right, so now I guess we'll switch back to my stream here. Where do we need to put you
watch
somewhere.
Those polls.
Let's see. Let's get you. I'm gonna have to shrink you down a little bit. Put you in the corner. Okay. All right. So yeah, good pulls for you. I don't think I'm gonna be able to match those pulls, but you're
gonna hit a legendary.
We're gonna see here. That wouldn't be quite fair. I kind of hope I don't hit a legendary unless it's like if it's an amazing void legendary that I don't have on my main account. I'm gonna feel bad about that. If I hit any void legendary, I'm gonna feel bad about the advantage I'm getting over you on that. So I'm kind of just hoping for some good epics or some good rares that like give me some fun in the account, a little bit of progress. I don't want this to be too crazy. But let's see. Okay, let's go ahead and pull one. Let's see what we do here. Here we go. Number 1. Come on, number 1. All right, we got a rare.
For crazy.
We got a rare. We got Dilgol. Dilgol, I don't really know you too much. He's got a decreased speed on his A1. That's not awful. All enemies 2 times. Each hit has a 50% chance of decreased accuracy. If he's got decent multipliers, that might not be bad. 1 enemy 3 times. Each hit has a 40% chance of placing decreased defense. Looks like it books up to 55% chance. I'm sorry, 65% chance. Each hit, that's pretty good. 5 turn cool, books down a 4 turn cooldown. It's not jumping out at me as a great champion, but we will have him for the Dwarven faction crypt. All right, number 2. Let's see something better than Dilgol. Anything better than Dilgol. Another rare. Hey, pretty good rare. Doomscreech. Pretty good rare. Attacks 1 enemy 2 times. Decrease accuracy. Fills the turn meter of all allies by 30%. Places an increased defense buff on all allies for 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. This is his major skill, especially if you have a defensive-based nuker. Right now I don't, but turn meter fill of 30% is a big turn meter fill. So potentially an arena champion. And then AoE on the A3 places a shield equal to this champion's max HP on himself. And that's it. So, Aura faction crypts. Yeah, definitely I'll go into my faction.
About that guy though.
He is a worthwhile rare. He's one of the better rares, definitely. And he will absolutely play in my faction crypt. He might also make it into my arena team. The only trouble with trying to force him into an arena team is that his base speed is 95. So it takes a lot of work to get him to be a turn meter filler. But sometimes you can make him your second turn meter filler. So if you have like a faster, like Deacon Armstrong could be my first one, then this guy could be the second one. And that could work. All right, number 3. Let's see some purple at least. Come on, I want at least 1 epic. Nope, another rare. Who was just talking about Arbalester? Somebody cursed me with Arbalester. Attacks one enemy, can have a 100% chance of putting the target skill on cooldown.
So is that 3 rares so far?
Yeah, so you can lock one person out. All right.
All right, we're due for a big one. Number 4.
Last one. Let's get something. Nope, another rare. And look who it is. It's Kurzad. Okay, I thought it was going to be Painsmith, but it's actually Kurzad, who's a little bit better. Attacks one enemy, places an extra attack if the hit is critical. The extra hit places a decreased speed debuff for 2 turns. So if you get a 100% crit rate, then you have a 100% chance of placing a decreased speed on the A1, which is not bad. And because he's a void, he can't weak hit. So this is guaranteed if you have enough accuracy. The A2 is an AoE. Each critical hit fills the champion's turn meter by 7.5%. You're going to have 100% crit for the A1. So the A2 hits decently hard. It is on a 3-turn cooldown, and you're going to get turn meter fill potentially up to 5 or 6 times, depending on where you're using the champion. And then the A3 places an increased accuracy buff on all allies for 2 turns, then attacks all enemies. So it's a second AoE, has a 100% chance of placing decreased defense. It's the smaller version of decreased defense. But so you have decreased defense, turn meter fill, and decreased speed. That's a pretty good kit for a rare. So yeah, at least we have 2 pretty good rare dwarves for our dwarven faction crypts. I don't know if I'm going to build out that guy or not. So there we go. That's it.
Got some pulls.
That's all we got. Yeah, we got some red dots we got to clear now. I always have to clear the red dots, but that's okay. Definitely, we got. The thing about Arbalester is actually she's a fusion champion, isn't she? Who is she in? She's a fusion champion for Broadmaw. So maybe I'll just straight up use her to fuse Broadmaw, because that's a usable epic. At least for the Lizardman faction, you get a double revive here. So I'll probably just level her up for faction crypts for a little bit, and then fuse her when I can. But I gotta get rid of these red dots. Red dots, red dots. All right, so here's the thing. I still have my main account that I have to pull on.
Yeah.
So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna swap over to my main account, and we're gonna make some pulls over there. You definitely won this contest here. Between just Sylar by herself is crazy good, and then Paidma on top of that. I'm just like, I don't even know what to say about those 2 champions, other than I think you've got a hard choice to make, which is obviously you're going to have Wukong coming up, and then you got to figure out which one of those 2 champions you want to build, if either. You know, but yeah, you've got some really good champions. Oh, okay. All right, so let's swap over to my main account then. I'm a little bit afraid to look at what chat is saying right now about my polls. I haven't looked yet. I don't know. I have
a question for chat. Which one should I level first, Sylar or Paidma?
Oh, that's a good question.
That is a good question.
Kurzad is good. Kurzad is decent. Hey Cole, at least you didn't get Harrier. That's true. Used for permanent fusion. Broadmaw is a very solid epic. I agree. 10 Void Shards, yielded Godseeker, Aniri, and Towering Titan, and a lot of rares. Godseeker and Aniri, if you had a guaranteed Void Shard event and you said, we'll give you a Godseeker and Aniri for 10 Void Shards, every player in the game would give those 10 Void Shards if you didn't have a Godseeker and Aniri. So that by itself is amazing. Then you pull the Towering Titan and, a lot of rares. So Paul Thomas, congratulations on your Godseeker. That's a very good one. Bo said, I should have let RNGesus do my polls. That's true. I should have let you do my polls. That would have been better. I'm mildly hopeful. I don't want to jinx it, but I'm mildly hopeful that the bad polls on my first account will mean I'll get better polls on my main account here. Okay, so let's see. Do I have room? I have no room at all, and I have 27 shards to pull. So let's go make some room. This is going to be a frustrating endeavor, I think.
To answer Max's question, you could just level both to 40. The levels on Spirit Host aren't necessary. That would be correct, except for one thing. I specifically, because I already pushed Spirit Host past 30, which was NOOB mistake because she's a fusion champion. But because I already got her to 40, I then decided to go ahead and bring her to 50 for the Arbiter mission. Upgrade 2 champions to level 50, and then she's going to be food for my KL 6-star. So that's why she's still being leveled. But in the meantime, I've got room for one more. And Sylar does look pretty cool. They both look cool. I don't know which one to pick. They both look awesome.
Yeah, they are both awesome. I would say, you know, for an early game account, they're both really good. And in the long run, you will transition away from both of them. Like, they're both really good progression champions that will give you some value long term in faction crypts and a couple of spot usages. But you're not, like, these are not permanent carries. Neither one is. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I would say if you're looking at longevity, potentially Sylar is a little bit more valuable in the long run because that 40% decrease turn meter is, like, other than the 100% decrease turn meters, there aren't a lot, you know, like, this is an AoE 40%. That's a rare ability.
Yeah.
And she has the AoEs on both of her attacks. So for wave content, she's really good. And then long term, I think, you know, like, she'll always be in your faction crypt, and you'll always be able to break her out for Doom Tower stuff or put her in your 3v3 arena. Like, you'll get a lot of value out of her in a lot of places. Padma is, I use her still. She's definitely in my faction crypt team. And I still use her in some other places. I even have broken her out against Hydra every once in a while. So I don't think either one is going to, like, just disappear from your roster. But it kind of depends on what you think you need now. You know, like, what's something that you don't, you know, what something they provide that you don't currently have in your roster.
Yeah.
I still need to get rid of more stuff. I also have energy that I need to burn here.
Okay, now we grind the potions. All the potions.
Now you grind all the potions.
Yep.
So let's.
How many shards do you have on your main account?
27.
2.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Not too bad, he says.
Well, last time I pulled void shards, I think I ended up with, like, I want to say 35 or 36. And that was a full 6 weeks in between, I think. This has only been 4 weeks. So it's not a bad number. I keep trying to get to 40. I want to try to get to 40 every 6 weeks because that just feels like 410 pulls is really nice. It's a nice round number. But 27 is certainly enough to hit on something. The one downside about my main account is there are really no more void epics that matter. There's probably, you know, half a dozen that I don't own yet, and there are no void rares that matter at all. So it's just a matter of, you know, can I hit on a legendary? And with 27, I mean, the chances are low. I hit on a void legendary. I don't know if it was the last event or the one before, and that was my duplicate of Supreme Elhain, which was highly disappointing.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. So, you know, I'm not near Mercy. So I just have to get lucky and hope I hit. But if I don't, then I get a lot of 3-star food. I can book out, you know, some of the few legendary, not legendary, some of the few rare champions that I get duplicates for. Okay. So I need to still make some more space here. So what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? I hate when you need to summon champions in order to get rid of champions.
Yeah. And yeah, that's exactly. I already got her. So I decided to get her to 5 stars because originally I wanted to do Deacon, but then it would have slowed my 6 stars down. So I was like, I don't really care that much about Spirit Host. So if I 5-star her, that gets rid of that quest, and I can then grind her up to 50 and use her until I get enough food to get my Kale to 6-star. Yeah. So it's kind of the middle road. I think we did we talk about that yesterday?
We did.
Yeah.
But not everybody here was yesterday for it.
Yeah, that was kind of my middle of the road option.
All right, I gotta clear a lot of spaces. I'm struggling right now to clear spaces in my roster. All right, this is gonna work. Let's see. I wish there was a champion training going on. I'd be getting tons of points.
So how are you clearing up space? Are you just leveling champions and stuff, or?
I'm turning all my 2-star 20s into 3 stars and then consuming them as chickens for some of my 3 stars. I might even do a 4-star here if I have to. I might have to do 1 4-star. I prefer to only do that during champion training events, but sometimes you can't help it. Like, I just need to make space. Because my vaults are fairly full. Actually, I do have some spots in my vault, so I could also make some space that way. Let's see. Okay, so I didn't expect to have any vault space, but I did. That was easy. So now I'm all set, right? Yeah, I've got 40 spots. That's it. Okay, so we're watching Sun's gameplay in my camera. Let's switch back.
Yeah.
All right. All right, so I'm going to make my polls. Do you want to be on screen for this? We want to see your face.
Yeah, just I got a call real quick, so give me 2 minutes.
Sure, no problem. All right, so I'm going back to chat for just a second here. So Maxar says, if you can just level both to 40, the levels on them Spirit Hosts aren't necessary. Let's see, exactly, she has food. Padma, in my opinion, clan boss use. Yes, she's got good clan boss use with that decreased attack. Sylar is good all the way through all arenas and all faction war stages. Yes, I agree with that. I'm leaning a little bit towards Sylar. I love Padma. I really love her, and it really depends what content he's worried about doing. So yeah, Padma would extend his life in clan boss, could potentially help him 1 key normal. That's true. She's also got a good AoE. That AoE hits decently hard. She's going to 50 for the mission. She still needs to get there. Let's see. Let's say they both going to be level 40 before your Kale gets to 60. Isn't Sylar good for Spider? So Sylar is interesting for Spider because one of the things that you want to do as you get higher in Spider is use HP burns. And so anything that slows those spiderlings down, reduces their turn meter, means those HP burns don't tick as quickly. And that means the boss is going faster than the spiderlings at that point, and that's bad. So if you turn off her turn meter decrease, then yeah, then you have that option. You can also put her in a stun set and then stun some of the spiders, and that makes you take less damage. So yes, she can be good there, but you have to use the AI to really tweak her. not spoiling any team, but I'd say Sun already has a brutal Nightmare Clan Boss team if he builds the right way. I think he does too. I think he does too. And I don't think I do. Not on my main account. I mean, not on my new account. On my main account, I'm fine. If we want to see my Clan Boss team, let's see. Let's go look at my Clan Boss team on my main. So Ultra Nightmare. I did 100 million with the quick battle this morning. I always do less well with the quick battle than I do if I just auto battle it. I usually get like 20 more million. I usually get about 120 million against Force Affinity. But I don't know. I guess the calculation says that, Ninja's going to do less damage against Force Affinity, and so they dock me for that. But I usually do better than 100 million if I auto battle. A Nightmare, let's see how I did on Nightmare. 151 million on Nightmare because of the strong affinity. This is better than I do when I auto battle. I usually do somewhere between 140 and 145 million. So they're giving me about an extra 6 to 10 million here for the weak affinity. And then have I done Brutal? I haven't done Brutal yet. But it'd be interesting because I could potentially get less against Brutal than I get against Nightmare. But usually I get somewhere between 140 and 150 million on the Brutal. So this is the rare that Sun pulled, the Renegade, and you can see she's part of my Clan Boss tune here. So I think I'm going to pull Ninja out of this composition. I'm going to start using him in Sand Devil's Necropolis with Godseeker and Eerie, get that duo going so I can farm that thing really easily. And I'm clearing these damage totals. So I mean, what's the one key here? 71 million or something like that? 70.273. So if you can get 71 million, so I'm clearing by, a good 25, 30 million, even with the auto calculations. So I could pull Ninja out of here. I hope it wouldn't mess up the speed tune. He does have some turn meter fill on his A1, but I could probably tweak that so it works just fine. And I could get somebody else in here that's a good Clan Boss damage dealer. Maybe my Venom Mage, maybe, I don't know, somebody else. I have some options. Let's go look at options. You're talking about nukers before. This is interesting. So I'll show you my main account roster here, right? So let's see how many 60s I have. This is 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 66 60s on my main account. Now, if you're going to just look at nukers, let's see how many nukers I've built. So we've got Trunda Guilt Mallet. Okay, so she's a nuker. Now, this is interesting because Newt is a nuker. Coldheart is a nuker. They're different kinds of nukers, right? Obviously, Elhain and Athel are both nukers, but I don't really have them built for that. So if we wanted to just say true nukers here, let's say these two are nukers. Royal Guard is a nuker. Husk is a nuker. They're both Hydra nukers. That's 4. Seer is a wave nuker. That's 5. Genbo is Arena. That's 6. Skullcrown is a nuker, but she's not built as a nuker. She's built for wave control, but let's call that 7. Padma, not really a nuker. She was early on. Nobody here. Oh, Yannicka, but I just built her for, all right, but 7. Ray is 8. Ninja 9. I don't really think of Artak as a nuker. Sissia is 10. Nishak is 11. Alil is 12. And Ragash is 13. So I have roughly 13 nukers. Some of these don't really count as nukers because they're more versatile than just being a nuker, like Ragash, right? He makes your team really survivable. He brings an increased defense. He brings a perfect veil. He brings a strengthen, increased speed, perfect veil on himself. Then he brings, decreased defense, but he has an increased defense on himself. Decreased defense for the enemy. He has a stun, so he's good in controlling the waves. So it's he is a nuker, but he's a defensive-based nuker that brings a lot of utility, and I don't really have him built for nukage. So how many do I actually have is kind of, Artak is great at wave clear. I like building defensive-based champions that also do damage. That's always fun. So in terms of and like Ray here, like Ray, I just built because she has AoEs all over the place and she can remove buffs. So I don't actually have her built to nuke, although she can nuke. I have her built more as a debuffer. Same thing with Skull Crown. She's built as a debuffer. You know, Inquisitor Shamil is built for Hydra. So like I have plenty of damage dealers. But like just in the sense of pure nukes, I don't know, I think I have like 5 or 6. And then Yannicka, who I've never used in any content ever. She was my first legendary on this account, and I didn't realize she was awful back then. This is pre-buff. And so I just built her to 6 stars. I'm like, yeah, she's my first legendary. And then I did some research on her, and they were like, she's awful. And then I played her, and I was like, she's awful. And so then I just put her in, I put her in the vault for like a year and a half until they buffed her, and then I pulled her out. But she plays.
I'm back.
She plays nowhere. Okay, there's plenty of chat. Bryce, I have not done my pulls on my main account. We did our new accounts. 5-star Cardiel, you lucky. I'm not 5. Oh, 5-star Cardiel Ascent. Yeah, yeah. I mean, you're lucky to get the champion, right? And then I've got the 5 stars of Ascension, not Ascension, of Awakening. So. All right, let's go ahead and pull these. I'm gonna do. I guess I'll do. I love 10 pulls. I prefer to do 10 pulls. Should I do the 7 first and then 2 10 pulls, or should I do 2 10 pulls and then the 7? It always feels like I'd rather see the 10 pulls. I think I'm gonna do solo pulls and then do 2 10 pulls. So let's see if we get something here. I'm hoping for gold. I just need some gold. I don't need rares at all. I'm not gonna go over these champions. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. Come on, another rare. Draconis. All right, I'm getting points towards my book. I need to get 3,000 points here, which means I need to hit on some epics. And I do have a decent chance of hitting on some epics. I should hit on like probably about 4 epics. That would be enough to get me 2,000 points, and then the rest rares would put me over the top. But if I'm not hitting my... Oh, there's that guy. He's taunting me again. If I don't hit... Oh! Oh, come on! Ooh! Oh, she's so good. She is so good. That's crazy. I don't know. I'm trying to think like if I need her on this account. She's so good. Tumisha is so... Did I say that she's good? She's very good.
I think you said she's good.
She's got a crazy kit. This is it's funny. I just did a video about her this morning that I recorded, and we haven't actually edited and uploaded yet, but she's in the video. So I was just looking at her kit this morning and thinking about her. On my main alt, my primary alt that is like the most advanced, I pulled her relatively early on that account, and she carried me. She carried me for a long time, and she still does great work near end game. So she has this A2. Now, when you book it out, this is on a 3-turn cooldown. 100% chance AoE HP burn for 3 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. So 100% uptime for HP burns. In addition to that, has a 100% chance of placing a stun on any target with more than 50% turn meter. So you get a lot of stuns out there. In addition, if they don't have 50% turn meter, if they have less than that, you get a decreased speed out there for 3 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. So you can time this based on what you're trying to do. If you want the decreased speed or you want the decreased stun, you can use this in every wave content out in the game. You can use it in Doom Tower. She's great in Doom Tower. She's really good in high-level Doom Tower. That is like the place where I'm going to use her if I build her. She is good in Arena. You can use her in Arena. This hits pretty hard too, by the way. Even with, you know, if you don't account for the HP burn, just the flat hit from this is a nice solid nuke. So yeah, really, really good A2. Now, her A1 attacks one enemy, has a chance of decreased defense, which is always nice for 2 turns. It can be 100% chance if there's the HP burn out there. So if you get that out first, you have 100% chance of dropped defense. You can use her against any boss because she's got decreased defense and HP burn, plus that slow that you can land on her A3. So, I'm sorry, her A2. And now her A3. Now, this is a silly skill. It only attacks one enemy, and at first you're just like, whatever. But damage increases by 40% for each active HP burn debuff in the battle. So if you're using it against a solo boss and that boss has HP burn, that's going to be 40%. But remember, it's HP burn in the battle, right? Like, we'll talk about that in a sec. So it's anywhere in the battle. Doesn't have to be on an enemy. It can be on an ally. She also has a 100% chance of decreasing the target's turn meter by 15%. Decreases the target's turn meter by an additional 15% for each active HP burn debuff in the battle. So if there's only one up, that's a 30% turn meter reduction, right? Think about Spider Boss. If you nail all 11 targets with HP burn, this is going to do an additional 400% damage on her hit. Plus, it's going to be 100% turn meter reduction. She's the perfect Spider Boss champion. She is perfect for that. Okay. Now she even has this passive. So the passive is whenever an ally receives a freeze debuff, has a 50% chance of replacing it with an HP burn for 2 turns instead. This debuff cannot be blocked or removed. So she puts HP burns on you by taking off a freeze. You know, freeze versus burn. You get it. There's a whole theme going on, right? But whenever an ally is under an HP burn debuff, she's immune to all CCs. So if you get hit with the freeze, she's going to unfreeze one champion on her team, and then she becomes immune to freezes. So really good. By the way, if you have like a Sissia Flame Tongue or something who puts an HP burn on herself, you know, you also have this. So I do have Sissia. These two work together really well. HP burns, HP burn activations, stuns, like the whole 9 yards. Yeah, I've been spending a lot of time talking about this champion, but she's real. That's exciting. That's exciting. We were just talking about nukers, and here I might be building another one. She's such a good champion. I was kind of hoping I was kind of hoping you were going to pull her on your account. I was thinking about this champion this morning. I think she's highly underrated. She doesn't get talked about enough. She's one of the most amazing, just like spider champions in the game. She's better than Artak in some ways. She doesn't have an activation. If you have Artak and you get Tamesia and you put them on the same team, that's a huge combo. Or if you have Sissia, you put them on the same team, that's a huge combo. Yeah. All right. So let's do one more single pull. I'm still avoiding chat. I'm not looking at chat just yet. Okay, Confessor. Now let's do some 10 pulls. So the good news is we're pretty much guaranteed to hit our legendary tome here. But I'm hoping for, hoping for some more. I could stop pulling, I suppose. Epics. Ethlyn the Golden, that's new. That's from, and a Tree Shield Knot. That's awesome. So this is already a good pull for me. Another Painkeeper. Tuhok the Wanderer. I have all of these champions. Ethlyn the Golden. So let's take a look at him. This is a high elf. I do not have this champion. I don't even know this champion. Is he brand new? Does anybody know? Can somebody tell me if he's brand new? I've never seen this guy before. Attacks one enemy, places a shield buff on this champion. Also heals this champion. Okay. It's an okay A1. Attacks all enemies 2 times on a 4-turn cooldown. A lot of books here. We're talking about 7 books for this skill. The first hit has a 100% chance of placing block active skills. The second hit has a 100% chance of placing True Fear, if the enemies are not under block active skills. What's his base speed? Right now it's 97. I wonder if his base speed at 6 stars is higher. That is block active skills for 2 turns. That's kind of crazy. That's a live arena kind of skill. Places increased crit damage buff on this champion for 3 turns on a 4-turn cooldown, and increased accuracy buff on this champion. So you could do this first, I guess, and then do this if you needed more chance of landing that block active skills. Ignores 10% of defense when attacking support, defense, and HP-based champions. Does not work against bosses. So a little bit more damage against the tankiest people in the game. So is he a nuker? I don't know. That's an interesting champion. Tree Shield Knot is great. I was kind of hoping I'd pull him on my free account. All right, let's go look at the tournament. See where we stand on the tournament. Champion Chase tournament. Did we get our? We're still 1,000 points shy. So we need 2 more epics at least. So we got to do the last 10 pull. So we got to do the last 10 pull here. I was hoping maybe I could save these 10 void shards, but I think I got to do the last 10 pull. So let's hope for at least 2 epics in this 10 pull. Could happen. We got 2 in the last one. They're going to blue tax me here. It's going to be awful. There's an epic. Battle Sage, very good epic. How about one more? How about one more purple? There we go. Prundar, nice. Ooh, another one. Oboro. Okay, so that puts us over the top. So Battle Sage is nice. I don't know if I had a Prundar on this account. That might be a new champion. I'll have to look. He's decent. Decrease speed on a 45% chance. Stun chance when counterattacking. AoE provoke with increased defense. That's very nice. Strengthen and continuous heal. That's very nice with the provoke. And increased defense. So increased defense is just on this champion. Otherwise, he'd be broken. That's on a 4-turn cooldown. Receives 20% less damage from enemies under provoke debuffs. Has a 25% chance of counterattacking whenever an enemy under provoke debuff attacks either this champion or an ally. And that books up to 50% chance. And his A1 has decreased speed and stuns. Allied defense in Doom Tower battles by 30%. Great for secret rooms. Could be good, really good in wave content. I don't know if I would build another epic for wave content. I've got my defenses covered there. I have Emic Trunk Heart, so it's like, I don't know that I need that. But an AoE provoke on a 75% chance is very solid for an epic. So not bad. Let's see how we did. Champion Chase Tournament. We got our book. 3,482 points puts us into 4th place. Very far from 5th place. We're more than 1,000 points from, I'm sorry, from 3rd place. And just ahead of 5th place. So we might be able to pick up some Mortal Soul Stones here, which would be cool. And I can always pull, like, you know, Mystery Shards if I need to try to stay ahead. Also, there's the Ancient Shard pulls tomorrow. I didn't pull any Sacred Shards on this account. Let's go ahead and claim everything now. I didn't pull any, whoops. I didn't pull any Sacred Shards. So you can see I've got 12 Sacred Shards. I'm saving those for the next Fusion or Guaranteed Champion event. I do have some Ancient Shards. So we'll see what the points total looks like tomorrow before I make any moves. Oh, gosh. Got all this stuff in my... Okay. What do I need for my quests for today? Accessories from dungeons. I think there is... Yeah, there's a dragon thing going on right now. So let's go ahead and do some auto battles for dragon. Do I want this team? This looks like a weird team for dragon. Yeah, it probably works just fine. Okay. So that was exciting. That was exciting. Tamisha, my neck, that's my 5th ever Void Legendary, and it's a good one. So I'm pretty excited. Yeah, let's go back to the... Oh, you know what I just did? I just did put this on auto battle, but I want to use Plarium for my free-to-play account. Or not my free-to-play account, my challenge account. All right, so I'm going to go to chat for a second. Let's see, what did people say? Nice, all the rares were worth it. Tamisha is awesome. Congrats, says Paul Thomas. Thank you. Plarium heard you talking about nukers. I think so too, Boomskill. Hydra Champ, excellent. Oh, yeah. Hydra Champ. You're right, and I should build her for that because that is going to be my best Hydra Champ nuker I think I have. She's really foxy. That's funny. Edlin is a good nuker. Yeah, I don't. That's a new champion for me. New for like a month or so. I don't know that champion. I think Edlin was added when the Emic Fusion started. That's possible. I actually thought he was a Sylvan Watcher at first because of the way he looked. When Newt was released, the Ethlin was put in game, I think. I also might be wrong, but I think that's... Well, it seems like that's about right. The A3 grants an extra turn. I don't know who that was on. Pulling on my free-to-play got 4. Hope it's not all chickens. You got an Ursula. Congrats, Tomas. That's awesome. She is one of my favorite champions. One of my favorite epic champions in the game. I was looking for her for a long time when I pulled her. I was super excited. That Doom Tower aura will play. She's got decreased attack and decreased defense. She's got a great revive. Just doing well. Ephemeral, hello. Welcome back. Good to see you. I used Battle Sage on my old clan boss team instead of Cardiel. Now I have him, so she is resting. Yes. I got to 3,800 points with my voids. Would like to push the other Lego back tomorrow, but Mercy is high. I prefer to wait for 1+1. And a Painkeeper. Excellent. I've got like 4 or 5 Painkeepers now. I'm actually building the triple Painkeeper team for Iron Twins, or I thought I was going to do it, but apparently if you don't have Geomancer, it's not really that good, so I'm just going to stick with my Helicath team for now that I have with Nishak. I think Nishak's my damage dealer. So son, what do you think about those pulls?
Pretty solid.
Yeah. It's always exciting when you get a Void Lego.
Yeah.
What are you working on over here?
Well, I've run out of energy for now, so I'm gonna try to do a clan boss round.
Okay.
On normal. I've 1-keyed my easy, so.
All right.
We'll see what we get.
Yeah, I got to do that too. All right, I'm back on the new account, and we'll watch your run first.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let it go in auto.
Just see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, I either do better on auto by a long shot, or I do worse on auto. I don't know. It's a little bit all over the place.
Yeah, well, you have RNGs with the poisons from Kale, right? So that's like the big difference. If you land a lot of them, you're going to get a lot more damage. If you land fewer than you're expecting, you're going to get a lot less damage. But you've got speed, you've got the block debuff, so you can block the stun. That's another thing. If like the stun comes at the wrong time for the auto, like there, she actually blocked the stun. She was the only one who had the block debuff still up, and she took the stun. So that was kind of awesome.
I should have my revive. Oh, no, they instantly got smashed. Alright, Kale, it's up to you. Do some more damage. Oh. 1.1.
Not bad. It's a lot better than I'm doing. I just lost an arena battle to another Deliana. Can't quite get to silver.
Yeah, I'll have 3 keys by the end of the day, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to just manual it.
All right, I'm going to actually step away for just a minute. I will be back, and then we'll swap back and get moving on my account. So you're on. You're on. You're on camera. You're on camera, son.
Alright, I'm taking over. Wish they wouldn't rotate the energy from Clan Shop. Yeah, I learned about that yesterday, that, well, apparently energy's not always there, which feels somewhat silly. So now the question is, for me, Sylar or Padma? I kind of feel like increase accuracy. Somebody said something about having a clan boss build, but I don't really know what exactly that's supposed to mean. Yeah, they're both apparently great champs. decrease attack. So that would be Padma, no? Doesn't she have a... Yeah. Attack is critical, has an 85 chance of placing a 50% decrease attack. Aha. But so I'm taking, you want to build her with a bunch of crit rate. For clan boss consistency, that is insane. Considering it's her A1, yeah, I could kind of see that. It also feels like this remove buffs would be pretty good in a lot of places. At least the ones that I'm familiar with. Like, I've done the keeps a bunch of times, all the shields and the all the heals. One enemy 2 times, that could be useful for Fire Knight. It's a multi-hitter. So it almost feels like she would be better for me right now than Sylar, but she's got just AoE for days, which is pretty cool. Plus that turn meter is nuts. Speaking of faction crypts, who do I have in any of these? I've got a bunch of low-level guys here. I do have her here now. I wonder if that'll make any difference for this boss guy. I haven't been able to beat this guy. He destroys me.
How we doing?
Removes buffs is great in the keeps. Yeah.
Did you build Sylar, or is she naked?
Oh, crap. I always forget to do that. I don't know why. Am I gonna get a turn? Maybe? Can we kill these guys? No, definitely not. Attacks all enemies. That does no damage right now. Aha, but he only provokes 2. And I broke my kill. And it's back to the forever grind.
Yeah, you really need Sylar built. Either a stun set with perception, or maybe perception with speed, depending on what you want to use her for. I was reading the chat about the champions that you want to build, and people were talking about Padma and Clan Boss. She's got that 100% chance of decreased attack, which just extends your life in Clan Boss. But she also has that buff steal. So if you have enough accuracy, when the Clan Boss gets his increased attack buff that he gets for some affinities, you can steal that away, and she would get the increased attack buff now, and the Clan Boss wouldn't have it. That will also extend your life. So of the 2 champions, she is the better Clan Boss champion. For arena and wave content, Sylar is the better champion.
Yeah.
But you typically want to prioritize Clan Boss first. So until you get like an unkillable composition, anything that can extend your life and give you more turns is really valuable. In order to land that AoE, or in order to land the decrease attack, though, you need 100% crit rate, and you need enough accuracy to land it. Same thing with the buff steal.
Yeah.
You know, you need so she is stat hungry because you want defense on her. You want, 100% crit rate. If you get 100% crit rate, you want to try to get crit damage. You need the right speed on her. You need the right accuracy on her. So you need everything on her in order to like use her in that way. But early on, the nice part of that is that the accuracy thresholds for like the first 3 or 4, like up to brutal, let's say, the accuracy thresholds are not that high. So if you can get like 200 accuracy on her, that's probably enough. Even like 150 will get you through a bunch. So for her, you definitely want to think about perception sets, preferably with defense percentage on your chest, and then either crit rate, probably crit rate on your gloves, because that's going to be the easiest way to get to 100% crit. And then you need to mastery her, and you're going to go down the offense tree and the support tree in most cases. If you're going for clan boss, right? Because that's the way. But
so then, shoot, now I don't know which one to focus.
There's no wrong answer. Do you remember our biggest video of all time? What's our biggest video of all time?
How to 6-star your champion.
How to 6-star your next champion. Right? And one of the things I say at the end there is like, don't stress it. Don't stress it that much. Like, if you go through the checklist, you're going to make a good decision.
It's not so much stressing it. It's just thinking about it. Thinking about what I want to do.
Well, all right. Think about this. Before you think about the champions at all, like forget the champions. You have no new champions. Just what is your top priority right now? What would you like to do next? Where would you want to progress the most?
That's the thing. Everywhere, right? But so my priorities are split. Like I want to get higher into the campaign.
Okay.
In order to farm experience faster and more efficiently.
Okay, so campaign.
Which would bring me to Sylar.
Well, no. Just we're just going to say campaign. Forget about the champions. So campaign's a priority. Okay. What's next?
Next would probably be clan boss, the keeps.
Okay. Clan boss. Forget about the keeps for a second. Okay, like that's fine. I'm not saying you should, but it's like that's a separate thing.
Faction wars,
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I definitely need to get way better at faction wars.
So right now it feels to me like arena's falling down.
Yeah, I'm not super like.
Okay.
I'll get to my missions for arena.
So we're talking about campaign first, clan boss second, and then faction wars was third.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's just say.
And then like other dungeons, right?
Okay. Yeah, just content in general.
All right. So what we can say is if we focus just like look at the first one, do we need anything for campaign? Do we need another champion for campaign at all? Or do you already have what you need for campaign?
I mean, I have Kill, Deacon, Marsa. But outside of that, I mainly use Diabolist, which I don't think is great for campaign stuff.
Right. But what are you trying to do?
She could be replaced.
What are you trying to do next?
Get to beating the next stage of campaign.
No. But what I mean, like in your Arbiter missions, what's your big next goal? I'm not even saying what are the missions. I'm saying we've talked about this. You know what your next goal on the account is. It's not to build a new champion. What's your next goal on the account? Is this too leading of a question?
I'm trying to understand where you're. What are you getting at? I'm confused. You've lost me on the question. What's the next big goal? I'm trying to do any of the missions.
No. Those are all little small term goals. What's the next really big goal that you have? What's the first major goal on any account?
Just this year? I don't know.
No. Forget that.
Okay, just tell me because I don't know.
Throw away all of it. Right? Throw away all of it. Forget about the Arbiter missions. Forget about everything.
Okay, if we're forgetting about the Arbiter missions, then
What's
6-starring Gale.
Yes, 6-star.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
the
you
goal.
mentioned the Arbiter mission, so I'm like, what are you talking about?
Well,
I'm just trying to get through them.
we made a path. We decided upon a path for the
Yeah,
Arbiter
I'm
missions.
trying to 6-star.
And the
Gale.
next big goal is not a mission, it's the goal to get 6 stars so we can cruise through all the missions. So you want a 6-star Kale. So if campaign is important and you 6-star Kale, now campaign is done. You have a 6-star Kale, you don't need anything else.
Okay.
Right? Campaign is covered. You will get to Brutal 12-3 with a 6-star Kale. Right?
Gotcha.
Now, if you need to make that Kale stronger, you can potentially get into some dungeons, push dungeons a little bit higher, get some better gear, get some 5-star gear, get some 6-star gear, right? But Kale is all you need for campaign. You don't need another champion for campaign. You know, you may be thinking, oh, well, gotcha. I need a duo. You don't. You have a solo that's strong enough.
Yeah.
So, all right, so put that aside. What's your second goal? Clan boss, right?
Then it would be clan boss.
Clan boss. Okay. So, what do you need to do to improve your clan boss team right now? And if we think about the team that you have, right? You have Deacon, Diabolist, Jamarsa, Kale, and Spirit Host. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we know Spirit Host is food. She's going away. Right?
Yes.
So, like, the stun becomes an issue because she's your best stun solution right now. But if we keep the other 4, if we keep Deacon, Kale, Jamarsa, and Diabolist is also potentially replaceable, right? So you could keep Spirit Host for a while and get rid of Diabolist. Then what's going to help you stay alive? What's going to help you do more damage? So you need an increased defense, or a strengthen, or an ally protect, or a decrease attack, or more than one of those. Right? Like, those are the things that are going to extend your life. So Padma brings one of those. She brings a decrease attack. She also has that little added bonus of, like, stealing away the clan boss's buff if he has one, depending on the affinity, and that would also extend your life a little bit. And then, okay, so she's better than Sylar for that, right? Now, what was your third goal? Faction war.
Yeah.
Well, Sylar's in your main faction crypt, so if you're trying to push faction crypts, she's really, really good for that, right? So right now you have an opportunity to improve clan boss, or you have an opportunity to improve faction crypts. The question is, do you need Sylar at 5 or 6 stars to improve faction crypts, or can you just improve faction crypts with her at level 40?
I would say at level 40, especially if I'm focusing Kale to 6 stars.
Right. And so Padma, like, eventually, if you're going to want her in your clan boss team, you're going to need her at 6 stars. But you don't need Sylar at 6 stars to get the maximum value out of faction crypts. Now, if your goal were Doom Tower, or if your goal were to push, dungeon content, dungeon waves, then, like, a wave controller like Sylar might be more valuable at 6 stars, let's say. But if you're just worried about her in faction crypts, you can probably keep her at 40, or even just get her to 50 and camp her there for a while and get a lot of value out of her, right? If you put her in a stun set doesn't care what level you are. You could be level 20, and if you're in a sunset and you have an AoE, you're going to land it at the same rate as if you're 6 star, right? So it doesn't, like, that doesn't have an impact. So if you're trying to push clan boss, Padma can help you push clan boss. And then we think about Wukong. Like, Wukong's going to come in, and what is Wukong going to bring us?
Right? Yeah, we technically get him tomorrow, right?
Well, yeah, it's a day and a half.
Tomorrow evening, yeah.
Yeah. So, he's going to bring damage, but he's not a clan boss champion. He's an arena champion. Right? So he's going to help you out in arena. Maybe, because everybody gets him, so who knows? But so, like, out of the champions you pulled, in terms of, if you're trying to push campaign, you're set. You don't need anything. If you're trying to push clan boss, Padma's better. If you're trying to push faction war and wave content, Sylar's probably better. Both champions will help you out in dungeons, because that drop attack will help you against every boss, right? All the bosses will hit less hard. Obviously, Padma's double hitter will help you more in Fire Knight, but Sylar's decreased turn meter can help you in Fire Knight once you break the shield, so it's kind of an even swap there. You know, do you struggle with the waves in the dungeons, or is it that you struggle more with the boss?
Boss generally.
So
Can I just say
that.
I just realized something funny.
What's that?
So we just got access to our tournament.
Yeah.
And there's a champion chase, but we didn't summon until we got access to it. At least I didn't.
You summoned before you got access to it?
Yeah, I didn't even think about it.
I didn't think about it either.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Unfortunate. So it didn't get any points.
I don't have access to mine yet. Yeah, we could have waited a couple hours. I mean, we only would have gotten 200 points. Or actually, you would have gotten more. You would have gotten 600 points. That's unfortunate.
Oh well.
Yeah, we always want to take advantage of all that stuff. I didn't think about that. Okay, let's see.
Well, now we know.
Now we know. Anybody who's watching out there who hasn't pulled theirs yet, if your novice tournament is still up there, just wait. Just wait. Okay. So anyway, you know, wave content, they're both going to help. Bosses, they're both going to help. Clan boss, Padma, faction crypt, Sylar, but you can probably get away with her at 40 for a while. So it feels like Padma's the better option. Right. I personally, yeah. I was kind of leaning towards Sylar because I'm like, man, that's going to help you in a ton of wave content. But realistically, Padma's also going to help you in wave content. She's got that AoE nuke. It's nice. You know, it hits decently hard. You could actually make her your second arena nuker. Like, you definitely could. I used her as my original arena nuker.
You use Padma as your original nuker?
Yeah. Yeah, she did work for me. She got me into gold. I only need 4 more arena medals. Speaking of arena. Let's get you back up to your normal position and size. Now people can see you. Again, just a reminder to people in the stream, if you want to see Sun in the full size glory at all times, you can join our Discord. He is streaming in our Discord live right now. So then you can swap back and forth if you want to see both full size screens.
I just want both of them. That's what I want.
And you can do that. Those could be your next 2 champions. It really depends on what you get. Like, we know we're getting Wukong. Wukong looks like an amazing arena champion. I'm not sure how valuable he's going to be outside of arena. Like, it's hard to say. I'm going to have to figure that out and spend some time with that. Obviously, as a natural 5-star, he's going to be valuable in faction crypts.
Yeah.
And if you build him to 6-star, you're going to want to use him in a lot of places. So I think this is the team that beat me before. I'm not playing that team again. I think I can get this one.
Yeah, and I mean we're going to be pulling more tomorrow, so there's, you know.
That's true too. So we can wait a little bit.
There's a chance we hit something. Yeah, I mean I'm not going to make any decision immediately. I mean I'm just going to, you know, kind of level them up.
Right.
I still need a ton more food for Kale, and
yeah, and that's really the next goal. Probably what is get the 6-star. Yeah, get the 6-star champion. I'm gonna turn to chat in a little bit just to see. I think people were split on the decision as well.
Yes. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, so people mentioned that. I would wait to see what you get tomorrow from Ancients. Wait to see. Yep, that's a good call. Well, for me, it's not really so much whether or not Padma or the other is better. I guess I'm just kind of thinking of which one I should get to 40 faster.
Oh, that's a good question. I would probably push Sylar to 40 first, because you want, by 8 p.m. today, you need to make sure that you're clearing that boss. You want to try to clear that Faction Wars boss.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Right. And so you're on a timer for that. Whereas Clan Boss comes around every day and you're already doing well in Clan Boss. So it's not like a huge rush to get Clan
Well,
Boss.
the Faction Wars is going to be open for more time, but yeah, the higher I get with her, then the better luck there.
But the higher you get, the higher material you can farm each day. And you get more drops the higher you go. So you unlock the stars, which will give you an extra ancient shard for tomorrow's pull. There's like so many things that are on a timer with your faction crypts right now. I would definitely focus on faction crypts.
See, the funny thing is that's actually what I've been talking about this whole time, is which one should I get to 40 first?
Oh, I thought about, which one's your next 6-star?
I wasn't going to I wasn't going to 6-star either of them anytime soon. Maybe I should have been more clear about that.
All right, I'm rolling my level 16 gear here. Let's see how many it takes.
Yes, blow all the silver, and you're going to hit it in like 2 tries.
I hope.
I hope so too, man. Hurts.
Hmm. $11. 220,000. Not too bad. I'll take that. I got attack there too, which is not bad. She's going to hit a little bit harder, which is nice. We've got energy there. What do we need? Clear stage 3 or higher the Fire Knight's castle 5 times on auto. All right, let's get into Fire Knight. I don't know how high we got in Fire Knight. Only stage 1. Okay, so this should not be too bad. Question is, who do I bring in here?
This is what hooks you to the game. You want to keep maxing different champions? Yeah, I can see it. Ian pulled his first ever cold heart.
Congrats. That is awesome.
Nice.
I'm going to pull some mystery shards. I've been thinking about that Satyr comment here. With the decreased turn meter on the 4-time hitter, like that could be really strong. That could be a Fire Knight solution. So I might consider building one of those out, especially when the Skinwalkers faction comes around. Oh, this guy's not built. I thought I had him built. He's built. Okay. So let's do this. We need him nice and tanky. We also don't want to use good gear. That works. That also works. It's not awful. There we go. That could work. Yeah. All right. So what I'm doing here is I'm putting my advice into practice. I'm going with some ally attack champions. I just did a video on this yesterday. And so I want to get some ally attack champions into Fire Knight, and that's going to help me knock that shield down real easy. But I've got to keep them alive, so that's important. So I upgraded them to 3 stars. They're going to also help me out in faction crypts. Trying to triple dip if I can, because they will also eventually be food. Actually, I think I'm going to level this one up to 8. A little bit more speed there. I'm just realizing you're blocking part of the screen, but yeah. I'm working on Sergeant here. They can see the text. They can't see the champion. All right. So let's see.
What are you working on them for?
So there are 2. So I'll go over this really quickly. Let me take you off the screen there for a second. So there are 15 champions in the game that have some form of ally attack. The 2 easiest to get are in the Sacred Order, and they're like mirror champions. They're Crusader, who you actually get really, really early in the game. He has an A1 that hits 2 times, and then he has an ally attack. He attacks with 1 random ally, right? So that's Crusader. And then you also have Sergeant. Now, they're the same affinity. They have slightly different stats, but they have the exact same 2 skills. I think they're even the same speed. Are they the same speed? They're the exact same speed. So, like, Crusader has 7% extra crit damage, but he has a little bit less defense or something like that. So, you know, they're not hard-hitting champions, but you can get them right away. Everybody gets a ton of them, and nobody talks about these champions at all. So there are a couple of things that you can do with these champions. First of all, they're really good in faction crypts, and I think that they're good in faction crypts because they bring your other harder hitting champs into the fray. So you can get an ally attack with your Kale or your Athel or whatever and get that out there. Additionally, because they're both 2 hitters, you can put them in toxic sets. And then you get 2 chances to land a poison on your A1. And then when you ally attack, you get another chance to land poison because you're using your A1. And then they're great for Fire Knight, because in Fire Knight, anytime they ally attack, first of all, they're 2 hitters just normally, but anytime they ally attack, you're guaranteed to get at least 3 hits, right? Because you're bringing 1 other ally in. So their ally attack is basically like a triple hitter. So I'm going, like, I put a video out about ally attack yesterday about how good it is. And now I'm going to go into the Fire Knight's castle and I'm going to try to show it off. The only issue is I got to make sure that they're strong enough to survive the fight, which I don't necessarily know that they are. They're weak affinity here. So potentially they could not make it to the boss. But I do have an AoE revive here with Jamarsa. So what we're going to hope we do is we just kind of burn through these waves. I should not have wasted my nuke there. That was really not good AI. But yeah, we can actually watch this unfold. You're going to get an ally attack, pulls in Athel, pulls in Deacon, and all of a sudden we don't have to worry about anything. So now we've got a shield here. The shield is 5 hits, right? So I'm going to use Deacon's A1. That's 2 hits. Athel is going to bring her A1. That's 3 hits. I'm not going to use any ally attack here. This is going to be a piece of cake. I don't have the ally attacks. We're still on cooldown. We've got the shield from Deacon. So let's go ahead and... I should have used the turn meter fill. That was silly. Actually, let's do this. You do some damage to the shield, so I just wanted to get that. Get the weaken out there. All right, so now we use the turn meter. Push the turn meter back. Let's get a decreased defense out there. And I think we can just nuke him out. I don't even think he's... so the ally attack didn't really play that much there, but it's only because I burned it during the wave con. Let's go ahead and do 3. I can manual this because I don't really need to use those ally attacks. They hit decently hard. They don't hit super hard, but at this level they hit decently hard. So we're going to nuke out with Athel here. All right, so now it's going to work for us. So let's get that double hit. Athel's going to break the shield. We got the weaken out. We got the turn meter decrease from Athel, which is really nice. Jamarsa's not doing anything. Maybe I should swap her out for somebody else. But so, okay, so here, we can just use an ally attack here, see who we bring in. Some more damage there. All right, I'll wait for the next. The thing is, because of this, the way the speed turn is, and the fact that he only has 5 stacks on his shield, the ally attack isn't playing just yet because Athel always breaks the shield. But as soon as it goes up, which is at the next level, I think, then these ally attacks will work. We could do this just to see who we bring in. Get more damage out there. That was easy. All right, we are up to stage 4. Always kill the Paragon, because if he's solo, it just becomes such a pain in the butt. How many? What's his counter? It's still only 5. Okay, not a big deal. We will get through this nice and easy. Oh, by the way, if you don't know, Phantom Touch, which is the blessing most people put on their rares, counts as an extra attack against Fire Knight, which is kind of nice. So if you get a blessing on any of your rares. And when you think about how much damage they're doing to the boss and they're only level 8 with 3 stars, it's like, that's not bad. I do have my Jamarsa in a Relentless set. That's why she got that extra attack. All right, let's keep pushing. We're back to weak affinity. Sorry, we're back to where we're weak affinity on our oh no, I forget what affinity is it? Are we on? No. Are we on force affinity? I thought, yeah, we're on force affinity. So I'm weak affinity. I'm weak affinity. My Athel's weak affinity. Everybody else is fine. Still only 5 hits. When does it go up? Does anybody know? When does it go and increase in terms of the number of shields you get? I thought it was like every 3 or something. Every 3 stages. Let's take a peek at what the sun is doing.
I'm just sitting here, waiting for more experience.
There you go. Okay. I love ally attack. It's so strong. Even one additional attacker. I'm up to stage 6 already, and this has been easy.
Yeah, stage 6, not too bad.
Yeah, not too bad, but it's also just been like, it's been a cakewalk. I mean, I may have just been waiting too long to get in here. Still only 5 on the shield. I kind of wish I had either a slow or another AoE damage dealer to clear out the waves. I don't really need Jamarsa. She's not bringing anything to this team right now. Let me go look and see who I have. I don't even know that I have anybody in my roster. But I could bring in another food champion and just get more experience. Hey, crit rate on a stun set. That's nice. With crit damage and attack. That would be a perfect Sylar piece, except no speed or accuracy, I guess. Not a perfect Sylar piece, but still decent. See, who do I have here that I could bring in? I could bring in Eris. She's built. Counter attacks when attacked. But help break the shield a little bit. Speed or in dungeons, I already have that. I could bring in one of these guys. I could bring in the monk here. Not great. I could bring in Grinner. Not great. Could bring in one of my new Void champions. Let's see about my Void champions. 1 hit AoE. Decrease speed on the A1. 2 hitter on the A1. Decrease accuracy. Fills the turn meters. Yeah, let's bring Kurzad in here. Why not? We'll just leave him naked. Get some XP on him.
There you go.
All right, I haven't checked chat in a while. Tomas says, don't underrate decrease attack. And so does David Gribby. He says, decrease attack keeps you alive in clan boss. Yes, it does. Lets you squeak out a lot of extra turns. Remove buffs is great in the keeps. Absolutely. Sylar is better for boss when turn meter manipulation is good. Yes. All right, so I think we've moved on from that debate, but it's good to hear what chat has to think. ML is back. Glad to join the chat today. Didn't have to work. That's awesome. Happy Saturday. I really agree with the wait until your ancients before making the decision, because we could pull somebody on our ancients. That's absolutely true. I'll get Wukong in 2 days. Is paid one's really better? Does Wukong have a decrease attack? Let me look.
That's a good question.
I forget. I've already forgotten. No. No, he doesn't have a decreased attack. He has the black buffs. He steals buffs. Oh, maybe you were talking about the steal buffs, right? Because you could steal the buff from the clan boss. Yeah. But having the decreased attack and the steal buffs in the same kit is valuable. Okay, so I think that's what was going on there. Uh-oh. Am I going to lose to this Fire Knight that I'm not paying attention to now? I turned it on auto to go look at the chat, and now I'm in trouble. I might be in real trouble here. Now that I don't have Jamarsa, all of a sudden I need my Jamarsa. Okay, so that was unfortunate. Let me see if I bring back Jamarsa. I'm just going to auto it again while I go back to look at chat. Hopefully that works. Okay. Third option is just grow food till tomorrow, at least to make any decisions. Yes. This is what hooks you into the game. Yep. Wukong looks like he will be great in Hydra. That block buffs, yeah. I want to see how the overkill damage works on Wukong's A2. Pulled my first ever cold hard. Congrats. We already talked about that. Hey, Cole, Reddit and company, Socrates Dalakis. Definitely sounds Greek. We might have somebody from Greece here. Welcome. Very welcome to the stream. Anyone know if it's possible to cheese one day on the Sun Wukong chase? I don't know exactly what you mean there in terms of cheese one day. Do you mean wait a day to get him during the CVC? Like, is there a way to do that without doing it? Is that what you mean? I don't think there is. I think when you
just don't log in.
Yeah, you could not log in, but I'm thinking, can you log in and not pull the reward and just wait on him? I don't know if that's possible. That's a good question. Does anybody know? You say no, not possible.
Force quit the game, but
yeah. I used to use Toxic on Python, and then the nerf dropped the 2 poisons to 1. Ah, gotcha. So you don't get 2 hits with the Toxic set anymore? Okay. Yeah, I've watched that video, but it's been a little while, so I don't know if the mechanic... I think it has to be if there's an attack and an effect, right? So... Mogs74 says, slowly working towards my next 6-star, but should I do Stagnite or Doom Priest first? Stagnite. Doom Priest works really well at 5 stars. You don't need to 6-star her for a long time. If you force close the game, blah, blah, blah. Okay, Dilgal and Kurzet are quite good rares. I tried force closing the game, but it popped up when I logged in again, unfortunately. You can, I don't know, about 2 days because it is on Saturday, so I don't really know. It's not possible. It will auto-collect if you don't click it. Okay.
Ouch.
All right. Well, yeah, so apparently I can auto... With the champion I pulled out, I was like, I'm going to get some XP. No, instead I'm just going to fail. Now we are on Void Affinity, so we should be able to work our way through this one as well. Still crushing the waves. We got that chest plate of Athel's up to 6 stars. What are you working on, son?
Nothing.
Are you just chilling?
Yeah, I'm just sitting there. I don't have any energy.
Do you have any more arena tokens?
I have a couple, maybe. But I know that there's another arena mission coming. Like, really soon. So...
All right, well, I wasn't watching the last level, but the shield is more than it was before. So getting that extra 2-hitter, I need a slow. That's what I need. That Kurza Deep Heart has a slow. Let's do this. Triple hit. Now we get the ally attack.
I guess people can watch me play my my refer account.
Yeah, you can do that.
I can do that.
All right, we gotta get moving here somehow. Now, if I revive them now, he will wipe them out. So, oh, I can't revive them anyway. But I can do this. Get some heals out there. This is going to be a tough one to beat, I think. If I can get the weaken out there, that stays out there for a while. That will help. Decreased defense will help. I didn't land that. Depends how much he heals. So yeah, so this is going to be tricky, but I think we can do it. We need as much turn meter as possible. We'll get 2 good hits here. This is really slow. We want the increased attack, even though we're not busting through the shield, because more damage is more damage. So get those 2 hits out there. That leech will help. Okay, so now I want to wait for this. I'm going to give myself the extra turn meter. I'm going to give her the extra turn meter there. Question is, can we keep those guys alive? No, we can't. So it doesn't even matter. So they need more survivability. So can I eke this out? Should I fight this for the next 30 minutes to beat this stage, or should I just give my energy away right now? Let's see how much damage we do here. Do we get a weaken out? All right, so what if we just don't worry about those guys? No, because once Jamars is down, we're dead. Yeah, this is not going to work. Okay. Okay, that's still all right. What are we on? Clear stage 3 or higher of the Fire Knight Castle 5 times on Odo. Okay, so let's go back down 1 stage. And Fire Knight's Castle. We cleared this, which could give us some drops. Let's just hit 5, and let's do that.
That'll have to do.
They should. All right. So are you on a referral account now?
Yeah.
Your screen's bouncing around.
Yeah, it's because I'm trying to fix it.
All right. Well, while we're doing this, let's talk to the viewers. We got some viewers here. We've been bouncing up and down with the viewership. Okay, so Son
needs to use some gems. Do it for the content. Do it for the content. Do it for the grain, man.
I did read the comments about the sets. Sets don't work off amount of hits, so you know. Yeah, so it's like hits and effects, right? So it's like you can get multiple chances based on how many effects there are. I watched that video. It's been a while, but it used to be that you could get multiple, poisons, for instance, on a toxic set. Cole, did you read your comments about sets? Yes. Yeah. If it's a triple hit, it only rolls the chance 1 time. Colruyt, how many days since you started your main account? Oh, that's a good question. I could go and check. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's about 800 days. I think I'm somewhere around 800 days. Sun needs to use some gems. Yeah, John works. Colruyt, Sweden via Greece. There we go. Pops moved north in the 70s. Yeah. All right. So that's, that's like me. My pops moved from Croatia to the US, and I'm Croatian via the US. Or maybe the other way around. American via Croatia. Okay. Just do the mission on a lower level. Had to be auto too soon. All right, so quick question here. I have about, my situation. So we talked about Sun's situation. Like if you pulled, Sylar versus Padma, like that's a debate. That's a real debate here. Right. But now I'm in a situation where I didn't get any champions that are like super helpful. I've got some decent rares. Like I got some decent rares. They're definitely not bad. But the question is, do I just basically run those rares up to 3 stars and use them in faction crypts? Or do you think one of those rares is worth building for my team? Now, remember, I'm getting Sun Wukong in a couple of days, so I have that, right? We're still pulling Ancient. So obviously, if I get something there, that'll but assume for a second that we didn't have the Ancients, and this was the status of my account or your account. You get Athel up to 6 stars. Do you just then say, okay, I'm going to get Deacon up, I'm going to get Jamarsa up, maybe, you know, I'll farm a rare? Is there a rare worth farming that you would throw into this team? Or would you take one of the void rares that dropped and level those up? So it was, who was it? It was Dilgul, Painsmith, Doomscreech, and Arbalester. Those were my 4. You know, are any of those 4 worth putting into this team? Or is it just better to wait? Like, not even bother? Doomscreech would be worth. I think Doomscreech could be worth, yeah. I would absolutely say 6-star Deacon, yes. But the question isn't whether or not this is the next 6-star. This is like, do I start putting a champion into this composition? Because right now I only have 3 champions that I'm using, really. Right? I have Deacon, Athel, and Jamarsa. That's it. Now, I could potentially get Chronum in a week. Do you know what I mean? Or actually, no, it'd be like a month. Probably be a month. But, you know, is Painsmith good enough to put in? Or is it Kurzad? Was it Kurzad depart? I forget. I got a Painsmith on one account and I got Kurzad on the other. I don't remember which one I got. I think it was Painsmith. Doomscreech increases defense by 60%. That is really good. That's a very good point. The increase in turn meter on a 3-turn cooldown is 30%, plus the increased defense. Increased defense is going to extend my clan boss run in conjunction with Jamarsa, right, who's got the heals. That's going to allow me to get maybe 2 or 3, 4 more rounds. Plus the turn meter means I would get more rounds to get more damage out there. So Doomscreech is an interesting option for clan boss. Yeah. It was Kurzad. He's too squishy. Okay. Wukong also comes in 2 days. I got Lydia recently on day 333. Not sure if she's worth booking. Depends what you're using her for. I mean, first of all, 333 days is very fast. That's nice. That's very good. Not super, super fast, but a lot faster than me. I got her on like day 700 or something. 730. Yeah. I don't think Doomscreech would enable a 2-for-1 with Deacon. Maybe would, but I'd probably have to get a lot more speed gear than I have. Right? Because he's not Seeker. It's not every other turn. It's every 3rd turn. But that is good. Yeah. I don't have Sylar and Padma, but Sun pulled Sylar and Padma.
Yes.
Yeah. So I do think that Lydia is worth the books, but if you only need her for the passive, the block revive passive one time, it's fine to not book her, I guess. But she's so good. I would use all my books on her. I would, like, if you get Lydia, take her to 6 stars, book her out, ascend her, throw every piece of gear you have on her, and let her carry you through everything. She's amazing. She's great for Hydra. She's great for Clan Boss. She's great for Arena. She's great for Live Arena. She's great for Doom Tower. She's amazing against certain Doom Tower waves with a lot of revivers. She's a top 5 champion in the game. So, you know, if you got a top 5 champion in the game, would you seriously ask, should I book her? I mean, yeah, you can ask seriously, should I book her? It really does depend what you're using her for, and you don't necessarily need her fully booked to get some value out of her. She's going to be okay unbooked. But she just gets stronger and stronger the more books you put into her. So I would say, if you have the books, book her out, unless you need something else desperately. Like maybe there's another champion in your roster where you're like, I really, really want to run this other champion up, and I think that would give me more value based on my current roster than Lydia. Then yeah, you could go the other way. High Katoon, Deacon, and Doomscreech could get there to a 2-to-1. Yeah, potentially. You're right. High Katoon comes at 30 days. I would definitely consider Doomscreech to 50 and wait to pull the Ancients. Tomas, yeah, that's really good. I mean, probably what I'll do is actually run him up to 40 and leave him there. I'm not going to run him to 50. Too early in the game to do that. but potentially run him to 40 and leave him there. And that would get me, enough turns out of clan boss to maybe 1 key normal. Sylar is MVP for CC in Doom Tower. Doom Tower on hard also has about $250 worth of resources. Not sure about normal. Yeah. Put him in your shield set. That's an interesting thought. Doom Screech will go to 30. He will. Of course he will. He's great for faction grips. But potentially the thought is, can we move him into the clan boss? And the answer is, I don't really know. We'll have to see. Son, is your stream frozen? I think Son's stream is frozen. I'm not hearing him in Discord anymore. He might have crashed. Hopefully I didn't crash. I don't think I crashed. So, yeah. Now, would Lydia benefit from a resistance build? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't use a ton of resistance builds. I prefer to go with cleansers or block debuffs. There are some fights, obviously, where that doesn't work, and like you need a resistance build specifically for a fight. I'm trying to think of some of the Doom Tower bosses that like rip all of your buffs away. I think it's the Griffin, right? Rips all your buffs away and then hits you. So it's like in that kind of case, you need resistance to not get debuffed. But for the most part, I generally avoid resistance builds. I would rather go with like immunity or a cleanser or a block debuffs buff. I would even rather go with I put my Pytheon in a protection set. So when he does his cleanse and block debuffs, that block debuffs buff is protected a lot of the time, So I tend to prefer to go that way. She needs accuracy to land all her debuffs. I'll wait until this fight is over and I'll go look at her, because I got my Lydia not that long ago and I built her out and I've been using her, but I've spent so little time on my main account recently because I've spent all my free time doing YouTube, and now I'm doing this free-to-play account, this brand new free-to-play account. So it's like I'm barely touching my main account. We got some Savage boots with attack. That's nice. We got some regen gear. Accuracy. Okay, that's not bad. Three stars, Durham Forest on difficulty. So let's go look at Lydia real quickly. So Lydia is disgustingly good. There she is. Okay, so 110 base speed, 21k HP, 1300 defense, good stats. A1 has a 100% chance to place a fear debuff, increases the duration of any poison sensitivity, and then this passive effect, right? Attacks enemies with this skill whenever they place a freeze, stun, fear, true fear, or petrification debuff on the ally. So this is why you would want to consider a resistance build, right? Because anytime you get hit with a CC, anytime anybody on your team gets hit with a CC, she can counterattack and potentially place a fear on them. Right? So that's like the rationale for the resist. However, if you have block debuffs up, or if you have an immunity set, then you're going to be able to do this anyway. The number of attacks increases according to how many debuffs are placed, but you swap, you don't hit the same one once. So you could potentially put out 3 different fears. So that is the reason. And if you're going to use it in an arena, you could go with an immunity set. You could go like that. But remember, you also need accuracy. And in arena, your accuracy is going to have to be pretty high if you're trying to hit the other supports. So a resist set is taking away from your ability to get a perception set out there, or an accuracy set, or something like that. So then attacks all enemies, 100% decrease defense and weaken on the same ability, which is phenomenal. Also places strengthen and increase speed on all allies for 2 turns. So this is where you want those books, right? You want that 100% chance of decreased defense and weaken. You don't want 75% chance of decrease and weaken. So this is where you get value out of those books. Her A3 attacks an enemy 2 times. The first hit has, again, booked 100% chance of placing poison sensitivity, and the second hit has a 100% chance of block buffs and block active skills. So again, high accuracy here for the arena, but also you want that 100% chance. You don't want a 75% chance of placing block active skills. That's not good enough, right? In the arena, you want a 100% chance here. So again, more books, and also get these cooldowns down to 3 turns there, and 3 turns there. So yeah, the books are incredibly important to get all the debuff chances up to 100%. Like, again, are you going to get some value out of her without books? Absolutely. 75% chance is still nice and high. And then the passive doesn't require, you're like getting from 9 turns down to 7 turns as a cooldown is going to save you rarely, right? So it's usually the first application of this ability that's going to really matter. But it denies enemy revive attempts. This works even if this champion is dead, which is really cool. If the champion is dead, she gets revived, right? If she's not dead, she revives everybody on your team. And then grants an extra turn if there's nobody dead. So incredible skill. And then, resist in arena battles by 100%. So you could potentially make her your lead if you're on a go second team. And then you've got that resistance, to help you resist any CCs that get placed. And that's where you would want that high resistance. I would say if you get resistance as substats, push it. Like, go ahead. That's fine. Put some big glyphs on her. But I built my Lydia in a perception sets. I think 3 perception sets. And went really tanky with her. And I'm enjoying that build. All right, so hopefully Sun will rejoin us at some point. I hope his power didn't get knocked out or something. I can check. Let me check my Discord just to see what's going on. Did he send me a message? His PC is locked up, so he's going to have to restart. So he does have Discord on his phone, and he just sent us a message. Unfortunately, his PC is locked up. Okay. So what's our next goal? 3 stars. Durham Forest. Art. So what do we want here? Should be fine. I love how your starter champions just keep getting stronger. That's so much fun to me because it's like a lot of champions, especially when you're later in the game, you don't experience them at 4 stars and 5 stars. You just farm them up to 6 stars. You put all the books on them right away. You give them a final build. You get their masteries and you just run them and they're just super strong. But with your starter champion, who's your early game carry, you go through them at level 30, at level 40, at level 50. And like, you feel the progress much more keenly. Like when I got her, gear to level 16, it's like, oh yeah, she gets extra power out of that. That actually makes her hit harder. Even if it's just a little bit, you can see that on the screen. Force, we need these force potions. Let's get these. So, strong affinity. Let's take these out. Let's try these 2 guys again. I don't want stage 5 though. Where are we? Let's try stage 6. Do this again. Jamarsa. Buddy. Lots of ally attacks. Hidma has a few different areas where she can do good work. I used her buff steal and magic keep. Her A1 early in clan boss is great. Yes. Padma also tanky, so she can go in stun set and be. Yep, we talked about all of that. But that's all. Those are, you're right in every single case there. I don't know if you heard, but Padma was one of my first epics. She was my first void epic on my main account. So on the main, on the 800-day account. My first 2 epics that I pulled on that account were Padma and Seeker. And I built both of them. I 6-starred both of them. And it was awesome progression. I mean, Seeker is an amazing progression champion. He's also awesome at late game. Like, there's no bad time to get a Seeker. And I've actually built 2 of them to 6 stars at this point. he's that good. So I didn't know that, like, at the time. I was just like, well, he's an epic, he must be great, he's purple, you know, like, I really didn't know that much about the game back then. I mean, I had played a couple of gacha games before, so I had a general idea. But you know, he looked really good. He had a provoke. I was like, okay, let's build this guy out. So I got Seeker and Padma, and they worked so well for me for a long time. Where is Team Red? I don't know, but great, Dane, you're here, and that's what matters. Magic Keep is a tough barrier for a lot of people early on. The great thing about Padma in the Magic Keep, when she steals the shield, she doesn't like remove it, she steals it, and it's huge, right? So when you're running her like all the way at maximum keep level, whatever that is, if it's stage 15 or 20 or 25, I can't even remember, she pulls this shield off the boss, and her bar, like her health bar, becomes this tiny little sliver, and then you have this massive shield that's like 80% of her bar. It's so funny, but it's really satisfying because, you know, she has this massive shield. You can never kill her. Lydia looks cool. Lydia does look cool. When that champion came out, when I first saw her, I was like, this is based on a real person. This has to be, because she looks so much like a real person. You know, like a lot of these others are kind of like more generic faces, but this is a very specific face on her. And then I found out later that it's based on somebody who works at Plarium. So that's kind of funny. Oh, you just said that. Yeah. Padma and Sylar together would be great in all dungeons as wave control. Yes. No affinity concerns. My first Void Champ on my first account was Beardell Fellhammer. Felt good at the time, but it's a pretty big oof. Yes. I actually leveled up a Beardell Fellhammer on my main account after watching a content creator video about Hydra and how you can use him as a mischief tank. But I didn't really understand how to create a good mischief tank. And so it didn't really work for me. And now I just have this Beardell Fellhammer looking at me like, hey, buddy, you know, what do you want to do with me? Come on. Like, nothing. I don't need you for anything. You're just a reminder of mistakes in my past. That's all it is. It's like that, you know, that tattoo you got in college, right? It's like, oh, I was young and stupid once. Not saying tattoos are bad, by the way. If you like tattoos, and, you know, that's fine. My wife has multiple tattoos. But my point being, like, sometimes when you do things on impulse, you know, when you do things without thinking them all the way through, some mistakes are permanent. Ilfrig must be an employee at Plarium. He's also in a video that I just shot this morning. That's funny because we were talking about Tunisia. Tunisia and Ilfrig are both in a video that I shot this morning, but we haven't edited yet, so it'll be coming out this evening. How many champs did the game first start with? I think it was close to 400. It was a lot of champions. It was the largest roster I'd ever seen when a game launched. Could have been a little bit less. Could have been like 350. But there were a lot of champions. Beardall and Vergis would be good. I like the way you think. You're trying to solve the Beardall problem. My solution was to put him in the vault and forget about him. I don't even use him in faction crypts. Excuse me, I got the hiccups. I don't even use him in faction crypts because I got better dwarves. I struggled with dwarves for a long time, and then I got like 2 dwarves back to back who just made life so good on my main, and I'll review them for you so you can see them. Now this is on my main. This is not on this account. So the first thing was there was a guaranteed event on a Goffred. So I went and got it because I was in desperate need of help in the Dwarven faction. And I only ran him up to 5 stars, and I didn't book him or anything. This guy does good work. Like, people don't talk about this guy too much, but he's actually pretty solid. And again, I only have him at level 50. But base speed of 102, 1432 defense, nice HP pool, really survivable. His A1 has a chance of decreased defense and provoke, so decreased defense is great. It's a two-hitter. 100% chance if you book out his A2 for a stun. AoE stun on his A2. Awesome in wave content. It's on a 3-turn cooldown, right? And then his A3 places increased defense and then removes any decreased defense or weakened debuffs from allies, so really good survivability there, also on a 3-turn cooldown. And then he has this passive, which is whenever an ally is attacked under a block damage buff placed by this champion. So you need the second part. So the second part should be the first part. If an ally is about to get killed by a fatal hit, blocks incoming damage and places a block damage buff on them for 1 turn. So prevents the death of an ally on a 4-turn cooldown, right? And whenever an ally has that block damage buff up, has a 100% chance of placing a stun debuff on the attacker for 1 turn. Obviously, that's not going to work against bosses. This is a really nice kit that's going to help you out in a lot of places, but it's great for faction wars. Welcome back, son. You here?
Thank you.
Let's get you back up.
Yeah, not sure what happened, but the PC was not having it.
Oh. So I pulled the Goffred, and so that really helped me. And I think that was like a big pull. And then I'm trying to remember what the second pull was that got me over the top. Like I didn't pull the Geomancer. So I think my team was already, I had Runekeeper Dazdirk. I think Rearguard Sergeant. Was it another legendary? I mean, I pulled Trunda. Eventually, I pulled Underpriest Brogni, but I cleared it before I got either of those two. No, maybe I pulled Trunda. It might have been I pulled Trunda, and then all of a sudden things were easy. So it might have been Goffred and Trunda at 50, and then I just cleared it. But I definitely cleared it before I pulled Trunda. I'll have to go look at the other, and it was before I got to Mytha. I mean, I had Runekeeper. I'm trying to think if maybe I had Rockbreaker. I think it was Rearguard, Melga, Runekeeper, like Cornelia and Goffred, but maybe I had my Bayardol in there for a while or something. I can't remember. But this guy, Goffred, is a good champion that I would not sleep on. Like if you pull him, he is worth building out. I mean, this A2, 100% chance of landing a stun AoE on a 3-turn cooldown. That's fantastic. That's really, really good. That's what Ragash has, right? So, and then you have a decreased defense and a provoke, plus the increased defense, and then you can even have sort of this partial cleanse. And then this passive is really nice. It's just going to save your damage dealer 1 time. Every 4 turns, but it's really 1 time. But you don't have to book it for the fatal hit, but you do have to book it for the stun. But you don't even need to book this, right? You want to book this one. You don't need to book this. So you could get away with 2 books on this guy. If you can land both books into the A3 here, you could potentially have a really good legendary with only 2 books. I should have put him in my sleepers video. He's good enough to go in the sleepers video. I'll have to do another sleepers video. Is son my son? Yes. What? Hey, what's going on? What did you do?
I didn't do anything. You're just not watching the stream.
No, because you were up and then you went down for some reason. Son is my son. No, he's not my son. Do I look old enough for him to be my son? That's a problem. I don't think I look that old. I think I look young for my age. Goffred was one of my first Legos. Only have him at 50, but seems like he would hit so hard at 60 and 100% stun. Absolutely. I used to sweat until you got nude. Now you steamroll it. Absolutely. It was 2 times Ancients and guaranteed Lego. That must have been what it was. I don't remember the event, but I remember that it was guaranteed. And I've actually got a dupe of him now, I think. I've just dropped a Shigor with my second Void on the free-to-play. Nice win, Femoral. Congratulations. That is an awesome pull. That is a fantastic pull. Why are we don't need to look at the screen. Let's do something. We need lesser potions from the Force Keep. Let's go there. Let's keep running this. We'll just run it here. Actually, no, let's see if we can push this. Be nice to see. I don't know if we can push it with just 3, but we'll see. Unfortunately, Athla is weak affinity in here. But yeah, that is a huge will. Shigoro with his second void. With Noon, I do Spider hard 6 in 9 turns. That's nice. That's very nice. I do Spider 25 in 10 turns. That's my current sort of record there.
40 to 1,000 subs. Let's go.
Melga. Melga is very good.
Great.
What are we doing? Are we closing in on 1,000 subs?
Yeah.
All right. Let's get it. My faction-specific playthroughs would love legendaries that I can use. Yes, that's true. Galen Pact playthrough is excited for Wukong. Colred, I pulled Trunda last week. Got excited until I saw her cooldowns. Now she's a resident in my vault. Really? We need 40 more subs for 1,000. Yeah, we need subs. We need subs. Oh, by the way, please like the stream. Like the stream. Subscribe to the channel. Join our Discord community. Comment in the videos. Do all the things that, you know, you like to do for engagement. Put comments in the chat. If you have a question, feel free to ask me a question. It does not have to be topical. It could be about anything. It could be anything about the game, anything about your roster, anything about life, anything about you, whatever you want to talk about. Don't forget to smash the like button. Yes, Lady T-Matt. Thank you. Trunda is wreaking havoc in a Hydra. Yeah. I need to level up. I have my Trunda at 6 stars. I do have her booked out. I don't think I have her masteries complete yet. Well, we did that pretty easily. Let's try the next one. So I need to get her in a Hydra team. I don't have her in a Hydra team yet. She's not quite masteried, and I need to do that. In fact, she's pretty close, though. I think she might be very close to full masteries. I would pull her out of your vault. I would seriously pull her out of your vault. She's great. Like, if you don't want to use her specifically as an arena nuker, then consider her on a Hydra team, and you can build her in different ways that are just going to be like more valuable in other places. And then you can use her in your 3v3 arena as like an off nuker, you know, like you can use her as an additional nuker for your third team or something, because her multipliers are crazy. She hits super hard. Obviously affinity is an issue. She's not void. But if you're using her in arena as your main nuker, cooldowns don't matter. Who cares about cooldowns? You're trying to nuke out the enemy team in one shot, and she's going to do it. So, you know, if you have the damage on her, you don't need cooldowns. Who cares? By the way, can people let me know how's the audio on our stream today? Because YouTube is giving me some feedback that maybe the audio isn't great. And I just want to make sure. Is it clear? Is it crackly? Does it cut out? Does it sound wonky? Does it sound good? Audio is great. David says it's good. Great Dane says sounds good. Okay, so I'm not going to worry too much about what they're saying. All good. Mog74, thank you. What mic do I have? I have an Elgato Wave 1 mic. I believe it's not the Wave 3, it's the Wave 1. It is a giant headache. I like the microphone, but the software, which is very powerful, by the way, it's like the use you can get out of the software is really good, but it doesn't integrate really well with Windows. And I have Windows 11. And they keep bumping into each other, and they keep bumping into OBS. And I've had technical issues with this microphone for like months. And I think I finally got them ironed out, but they had to do like 3 software updates to get it ironed out. So if you have an Elgato Wave, it's a good microphone. I like the hardware. It's a USB microphone. It's relatively cheap compared to a lot of microphones. You can get them for like $99 full price, or on sale, you can get them for like $69, $79. It's got good sound quality. It's got some good customizable options. Definitely not a high-end mic, but if you're looking to get started with like YouTube or something like that, it's great. I actually bought this for my business because I do a lot of video conferencing and I wanted a better microphone. And then I was also thinking in my head, maybe I'll use this for video someday. So I've had it for, I want to say almost a year and a half, something like that. It's a.
I don't even want to think of audio issues with that thing.
Yeah. And the funny thing is the audio issues don't happen with any other piece of software except OBS. Like that's the only thing that I couldn't quite figure out. I sometimes had issues with Discord. Like one of the things that was happening was every time Windows had an update, which is typically like every 2 weeks, the Elgato software would glitch out, and then I would have to redo all my settings in Windows and redo all my settings in Discord. And that happened for like 6 months before they figured out how to not make that happen. So that was annoying. All right, so we did not get through 10, but we got through 8. So let's stay with 7, just for the energy efficiency. Let's see. What are we doing here? Champion Chase Tournament, which, yeah, we could have gotten some gems there with the 250 points. That would have been nice. Classic Arena Takedown. Okay. So now I've gotten access to the events and the tournaments.
Yeah, Cole's mic sounds good, which is interesting because my mic sounds good on Discord, but it doesn't sound good through this for some reason.
Yeah. All right, everybody's saying it sounds good. That's good. I like this microphone. I learned about microphones, so I actually bought a microphone about 5 years ago when I was streaming. Remember when I was streaming on Twitch?
Yeah.
I bought a microphone for that, and I wanted a relatively cheap microphone. I didn't know anything about microphones. I didn't want to spend a lot of money on something that was going to be too complicated. I didn't have a lot of desk space. I had a very small desk. And so I'll actually show you. I'll actually show you my old microphone. It's right here. This is it. That's my microphone. And it's like a travel microphone. It's from Samson, which is a good company. And it kind of clips on, and you can use it in a lot of different places. It is a USB mic. It's a compression microphone, and it was like $30 or $40. It has a head jack, so you can plug in your headphones and use them as a monitor. And it's got a really nice sound, and it's surprisingly good. So if you don't want to shell out for a big microphone like this, or this is not a lot of money, but if you don't want to shell out for that much money, if you're just starting, you can go for something like this. Actually sounds great. Like the sound quality is as good, if not better, than this other microphone. The only issue with it is it's hard to mount on an arm. Like I have an arm here, that's adjustable. And so because this is a clip-on microphone, it works better on like a laptop where you can clip it on the top of a laptop or something like that. So you can get it on an arm, but it's a little bit wonky to do so. Yeah, but it's a nice microphone. So you could always go with something like that. The computer I had before this was a laptop. So that was the other reason why I got that one, because I didn't have the arm at that point. And I didn't have, the desktop setup. I just had the laptop set up. And it was much, much better for my laptop. But then when I got the arm, I was like trying to figure out a way to put it on the arm. And it was such a hassle. You needed like 2 adapters. You needed an adapter for an adapter. It was just pain. The clip-on mic is I think it's called the Samson Go mic. It's from Samson, Samson. I'll put it, Samson Go mic. I'll put that in chat. I don't have a link or anything for it. It's an older microphone, so they might have an updated version, but it's the Samson Go mic. It's really nice. It's high quality. Like I have no qualms about recommending this mic if you want something cheap, portable, that's going to sound good. The only thing about it that I would say that you have to worry about a little bit, other than the arm, is that there are different polar patterns you can use, and a polar pattern for a mic is just like basically the direction that it picks up sound, and you can change the polar pattern on this, which is kind of nice. But it has like a built-in like guard, like this thing, right? So if you get too close to it, it'll pick up a lot of like breathy sounds. Like if you're talking directly into it, it'll go. I don't know if you can hear that on this microphone. And it doesn't have like its guard. So you can get like a foam cover for it that might reduce that a little bit. So that is something to consider. But if it's far away from you, it's far away from you on like a on the top of your laptop screen, that won't be a problem. But if you're using it up close, like I'm using this mic, you need a guard. I forget what this is called. There's a specific name.
Pop filter.
Pop filter. Thank you. Pop filter. Alan says, Call Red, your channel is quality and you don't stutter like most of the content creators at your level. Thank you, I think. I don't
have anything to do with that.
Yeah. Well, sometimes you do. Sure. If that was sarcasm. So I do a lot of, I wouldn't call it public speaking, but I do a lot of presentations. And I have done that for 25 years. That's in my job as an educator. I'm always in front of a classroom, or I'm in front of other educators, or I'm in front of, a video system like this doing a one-on-one tutorial or coaching or doing something. So I am susceptible to all of those stutters just like everybody else is. I have to keep an eye on it. I have to think about it, but I've been doing it for so long that I've avoided some of those. I still say I still say like every once in a while, but I definitely would rather pause and just be silent for a second and then figure out what I'm going to say without an I don't like the long drawn out ums that some people use where they're going So there are tricks to it that you can learn as a public speaker to give yourself a moment of pause, to think of your next sentence, to clarify your idea, to whatever it takes in order to continue to present in a way that is unbroken by all of those pauses. You can do things with the rhythm of your voice. You can hear I'm doing it now, whereas you can be a little bit more dynamic with your voice, and that also gives the feeling that you're engaged without actually rushing through all of your content, all of your information. Okay. Mr. TZD Gaming, what's it called? Oh, you got the clip mic? Yes. Okay, thank you, sir. You are welcome. Any good headphone you recommend for Zoom call and meeting stuff? No, I've tried a whole bunch. They all break. Like, I don't know if it's my head or what, but they all break. I think your best bet is to go with something relatively cheap and lightweight. Or you go really high end if you're, if you want to have really good sound quality and you don't mind spending the money, and then take very good care of it. But I think, you could get like a Logitech headphone and microphone for like $20 and you replace them every year and you're fine. What I'm using right now is I'm just using cheapo earbuds. These are like $15 earbuds that plug into my microphone. Now the microphone is obviously more expensive and more high quality than the earbuds are, but the earbuds are more than enough for me to do this kind of stuff. If you don't want the earbuds in, like, you can go with an over the headset, or you can go with an external, audio system. I don't recommend, I know a lot of people like this, but I don't recommend the wireless buds. I don't think those are great for you. I think they're unhealthy for you, but that's just my personal feeling. I don't like the EMFs. I don't like the extra transmissions right there, with my brain. So I would rather have a wired mic. I don't know that it's a lot better. I'm sorry, a wired headset. I don't know that it's a lot better, but that's my hope.
That's why my brain is melting.
Yeah.
It's not rain. It's wearing my Void Pro for 4 years.
I was in Toastmasters to help with public speaking. Very cool. Public speaking is a great fear of many people. And it was one of my great fears for a long time. I was so afraid of public speaking. I knew it in as a kid. When I was in like 5th or 6th grade, I had to do a public announcement in school, and I thought it went great. And then I got back to my classmates, like my classroom, after doing the announcement over like the intercom. I was in the office doing it. I came back and everybody was like, what were you talking about? I was like, what do you mean what I was talking about? I was talking about like the event that's going to happen next week. And they're like, yeah, you made no sense. And I didn't have any fear about public speaking prior to that. But then all of a sudden I realized, like, I got nervous when I was speaking and I misspoke. I said all these different words that I didn't intend to say. So instead of saying like, bring your sneakers to gym class, I was like, bring your crackers to gym class. People are like, why do I need crackers at gym class? You know, it's like, that doesn't make any sense. And I didn't know it. My brain didn't register the fact that I spoke these words incorrectly. And so then after the review, I was so embarrassed, I was so embarrassed by this that it generated a lot of public speaking fear in me. So I knew it all growing up, through school, through high school. And when I got to college, I was like, I gotta get over this. I gotta get over this fear. So I actually joined theater. I started doing theater in college. I'd never done theater before, just to get up on a stage in front of people. And I did musical theater. I did straight theater. I did all sorts of public speaking that I could, and it didn't help. It was awful. It was painful. I was up there. I wasn't even like a lead. I was like in the background. I was in the ensemble. I was like the last guy in the call sheet, and it was just so painful. And so theater wasn't really helping. And I kept trying different things. I have the philosophy that if you are afraid of something and you believe it's an irrational fear, or even if it's a rational fear, it's like something that you can overcome and that'd be valuable for you. I try to throw myself into that. And so I was trying all these things and it didn't really work. And so finally I kind of gave up on theater, but I had a couple of friends from the theater that I had met. And so like a year later, after I'd stopped doing theater, a year and a half later, a friend of mine said, hey, can you help us with this script? We've written an original script. They wrote an original play, and they needed somebody from the language department. I was English major in college, and so I was a writer. And they were like, can you help us with the, some of the writing elements? And I said, sure, I'll help you out there. That'd be fun to hang out with you guys again and get a little bit into theater, but not be on stage. I didn't want to be on stage. And then what happened was there were 6 leads in this play. It was an ensemble cast, but 6 main roles, and they'd only cast 5 of them. So they asked me to read for the 6th one. So I was just reading it, just as a script person. I was just reading it. I was just filling in. And then they came to me after like the second rehearsal, and they're like, we really like the way you read this part. Would you be willing to play this part? Now, it was a musical, and I wasn't a very good singer, and it was one of the leads. And I was like, I don't want to do this. This is ridiculous. I don't sing. All of the other 5 leads are either theater majors or voice majors, right? They were all singers. They had all been singing their whole life. They'd sung in, from the time they were little kids, all through college, all through high school and college. They were in a cappella groups and bands and stuff. They were real singers. And I was like, nope, not doing it. And they were like, please, we really need you. We only have 2 weeks to put on this play, and we don't have anybody to play this role, and we think you'd be great at it. So I said, okay. And I only said okay because it was a friend of mine, and I was like, okay, I'll do it. And then we had the next rehearsal, and I had to sing in front of the entire cast. And I had never sung the song before. I barely knew music. I played piano when I was a little kid, but I didn't know music. And so I sang in front of them, and you could see everybody was like, what are we doing with this guy? This is awful, right? We don't want, like, everybody else is an amazing singer. This guy can barely carry a tune. And I told them, remember, I warned them that this was the case. I told them I don't want to do this. And so they gave me a cassette tape. This was back in the day when, cassette tapes were still around. And I had a Walkman, and I would walk around all day. I would walk to class, and I'd be listening to cassette, and I'd be singing the song. I mean, I was just not looking at anybody. I was just singing the songs out loud. They couldn't hear them. Walking to class, walking back to my dorm. I would sing in the shower. I would sing late at night. I would go for long walks. I just sang. I sang for like 10 hours every day for 2 weeks. And we got to the day of the performance, and I had to open the show with a solo. I had to sing a solo. And so I'm there, the spotlight's on me. It's a tiny room. It was maybe 20 feet by 20 feet, a really small theater. And all of my friends are 5 feet away from me in the first row, so all of my friends are right there. Spotlight comes on me. I have to open the whole show with the solo. I sing my solo, get through the whole thing. We do 3 performances that weekend. We get to the end of the weekend. The director comes up to me and he says, I've never seen anybody learn to sing in 2 weeks. And he's like, after the first rehearsal, I thought you were going to bomb the whole show. And after tonight, it's like, you can totally do this. Like, this is something that you can do. You weren't the best singer in the group, but you didn't embarrass yourself. You didn't embarrass the show, and you looked like you belonged up there. And so I was very touched by that. But also all my friends were like, that's literally my biggest fear. It was in public, doing, on stage with everybody I knew right in front of me, doing something I was no good at. And so I got through it and it was fine. And I'm like, after that moment, no more stage fright. It was all gone. Right? Because it's literally the scariest thing I could have ever done in terms of public speaking. So now I can get up in front of a room of 200 people. Not that I would be thrilled to do it. I'm not saying that. But I can get up in front of a room of 200 people or 1,000 people and give a little speech and talk about a story and tell them about whatever I believe I'm an expert in. And I can do that really effectively. So, yeah. So now, you know, when you talk about like getting on YouTube, there are 15,000 people who have seen my face in the last month, and that's a little freaky. But simultaneously, I feel comfortable talking to them. I feel comfortable talking to you because there's never going to be anything scarier than being on that stage with all my friends, you know, 5 feet away trying to sing when I didn't know how to sing. Anyway, that's my story. I hope that was enjoyable. That wasn't about Raid at all, by the way.
A beautiful story.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for that story. But that is part of my journey here. I wouldn't be doing this if that event didn't happen. Because remember, I tried all those things to get over my stage fright and it didn't work. You know, so if I had stopped there and not had that experience, I would not want to be on YouTube in front of people. That'd be awful. But now it's fine. It's fun. So yeah, let's talk quickly. We don't need to tear others down to give praise. Not a zero-sum game. Everyone making YouTube content is trying to do something they're passionate about and find a community. ML, I appreciate that. I really do. I think that's a great idea. There are people who say struggle with the public speaking aspect, but they have something else to offer. And they're trying, right? They're trying to contribute to a community that they care about. And they're using a platform that they're not comfortable with. They're getting out of their comfort zone and trying it out. So I agree. We can praise without tearing down. That's a good point. Sennheiser's my go-to headset. Great sound quality, great mic for a headset, and most important, great building quality. That's really important, Bo. So thank you for that, Sennheiser. I'm not familiar with that company, but that's good. GOT says, I am afraid of public speaking. It's a very common fear. And the best way to face your fears or to get over your fears is to face them. So if you want to be good at public speaking, you can be. I believe that. And we had somebody, Thomas over there, said he went to Toastmasters. So there are ways to coach yourself up. There are organizations, there are, you know, services that you can employ to improve your public speaking. Ian says, I think you're doing good at exploiting that deep voice and the public speaking thing to collect more subscribers. Well, thank you very much. I've never thought of myself as having a particularly deep voice. There's also the microphone in between us, so that might be emphasizing certain aspects of my voice. But I do think having a dynamic speaking presentation style is important. And kids, that's how your dad joined the Glee Club. Excellent. Yes. How far into the campaign are you both, by the way? I'm not very far into the campaign at all. Son has now completed what? Both. You've 3-starred hard now, right?
Yeah, 3-starred hard.
So how are you doing on Brutal?
I haven't touched it yet.
Okay. Yay, story time. It was. And then we hear ML. It was a good story and speak to one of the best ways to overcome fears. Immersion. Yes, absolutely. It is tricky. It is tricky to do that. It is often daunting to do that. And I didn't really have a choice. It happened to me by accident, but I do think that immersion is a great way to overcome your fears. I like singing, but I'm so bad. Not that I ever tried learning. I don't have the voice for it. That's how I always felt. I think the lesson that I picked up from that, the other lesson that I picked up from that is you can always get better at something if you try, right? You might not get great at it. You might not have a talent for it, but however bad you are, you will be less bad if you practice. And so that's basically what happened with me in singing. I mean, singing like in a party with the song really loud, not that anybody hears you. Yeah, absolutely. Bass filter. I don't know how much bass filter is on this. Great story, Colred. Thanks for sharing. You're very welcome. I rerolled and I'm planning to 3-star normal, hard, and brutal today. All right, Saf.
Nice.
I can relate to a lot in your story. That's great. That's awesome. Did you have a similar experience where you overcame a fear like that? Maybe against your will, or maybe you opted into it? I mean, I again, there's another lesson there that I took from that, which is not being overly afraid of getting out of my comfort zone. It's really easy to stay in your comfort zone. And I think people talk about that, like, get out of your comfort zone. But in a practical sense, what does it mean? You know? And so I think about things that are potentially scary emotionally, like starting a YouTube channel or streaming in front of people. And one of the other things I learned is that no matter how bad it is, you know, chances are pretty good you'll survive it and come out better for the experience. Like, even if it's awful, even if I totally tanked, I could say, you know, my friends would probably still support me. My parents would still love me. I would still be able to go to class and get, you know, like, I got my degree and go out into the world and be a productive member of society. Like, that wasn't going to be the end all be all. It feels super, super scary. But even if I failed completely, I would have been fine afterwards. You know, it might have taken me a week to show my face again, but then I would have been fine. What's up, son? What's going on?
I was just, I goofed.
You goofed. Gotcha. I would like to get done with this mission, but they're only giving me one lesser force potion every time, which is really frustrating.
Get rid of this.
Yeah, so I wanted to hear somebody. I like the fact that you are standing up while streaming. It makes you more active while talking. I agree. I think sometimes when you sit down, you can get physically constrained a little bit. That's not the reason why I do it necessarily. That wasn't the main reason. The main reason is that I have a bad back. And so I want to stand more during my day. I want to not lean back. In fact, I don't have a gaming chair anymore. I don't have a desk chair like that. I only have a stool. So even when I'm on the stool, I have to engage my core muscles to stay up straight. And it's helped my posture. And that has helped my back. But I agree. It does also help with the streaming because there's a little bit more movement, a little bit more freedom, can be more expressive. Let's see. I started capoeira when I was 15. First week, I got, I don't know what that word means, in front of while a group of people in a language I didn't understand. Ever since I've been on stage and sang in front of a crowd. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, capoeira is Brazilian, I think, correct? So I don't know if, you know, the dojo or whatever was in Brazilian, and obviously you're, what did you say, Sweden by way of Greece? So that's not going to be your language. But that's great, you know, getting into that situation that is very much outside your comfort zone, but that you want to accomplish something. Mr. Fudan, hiya, what did you miss? You missed Sun pulling some great epic voids from his void shards. That's what you missed. But we will put that in a video and send it out maybe tomorrow after we do the ancient shards as well. ML, ultimately learning to disregard the opinions of others and not viewing failing as existential is a superpower. I was a perfectionist in life for 42 years, and that led me into depression. That's a very good point, and it's a healthy message to get out there, ML. What I would say is beyond that, like there is even a step beyond that, which is I do believe that not viewing failing as existential is a superpower. You need to believe that failing is part of the process towards success. That's really, really important. Perfectionism to the point of like obsession is self-damaging. The part about learning to disregard the opinions of others, I think ultimately there's a really healthy balance between that. It's in finding people whose opinions matter to you because you trust their opinion, rather than just hearing the opinions of people and thinking all opinions are equally valid, right? So for instance, my wife's opinion is incredibly important to me. Son's opinion is very important to me, right? These are people who are valuable to me and who I've known for a long time, and I trust their opinions. So when they tell me I'm messing up, when they tell me that maybe you can do something better, I listen to their opinions. But I have to have a thick skin out here. If people start, you know, downvoting my videos or saying nasty things in the comments, which they really haven't very much yet, I have to be saying, no, I believe I'm doing a good thing and I can continue on and just focus on what I believe is right. So valuing my own opinion more than the opinion of strangers, especially toxic people on, social media or the internet, stuff like that. Socrates has also done theater, tour guiding apps, all to face my public fears of public speaking, to sing, autocorrect. Oh, gotcha, to sing. Yes, excellent. Let's see how we're doing on this mission. 23 out of 25. We only need 2 more. That's good because I'd like to get out of here. And I think we're also running towards the end of our stream today. I don't know.
We're getting there.
We're getting there. We're getting close. I could do a little bit longer, I think. How about you, son? How are you feeling?
I got a little bit more in me.
Okay. Well, Plarium said lifestyle for beginner and perception for older players. But why not give newer ones perception? It's hard to get. Perception is not difficult to get for newer players. You should watch my video on faction crypts. And also, I do have a tip that I was giving yesterday. I previewed a bit. Not everybody saw it, but there is a great way to approach faction crypts. And faction crypts is where you get the materials for perception. So you should actually have access to 5 and 6 star perception gear before you have regular access to any other 5-star and 6-star gear in the game. And we'll talk more about that. So that's definitely something that you want to keep an eye out for. But like I said, I do have a video out there. It's about faction crypts. You can go and watch that, and that'll at least get you started on the basics. But it's such a good set. It's an amazingly powerful set. And yeah, you can get it in the first week. I already have a 6-star legendary piece of perception gear that I got on like the 3rd day. So
yeah, me too.
Failing or being bad at something and not getting down on yourself is essential. Give yourself time to improve and don't expect to succeed at everything you do. That is the path to growth. Yeah, I have a saying. I don't know if I borrowed it from somebody or I came up with it on my own, but it's probably very similar to something you've heard from other people, which is I think that the pursuit of perfection is the best path to excellence. Right? So set your sights on perfection as an attempt, but don't expect to reach it. What you're really searching for is excellence, not perfection. Right? So like you want to be perfectionist in the way you judge your practice. You want to envision perfection. You want to move towards it as a goal. Or I wouldn't even say move towards it as a goal. You would move towards it as an endpoint. I'm on a continuum, and there's perfection, and I'm here, and I want to move in that direction, right? But I'm never going to reach it, which is great because that means I always have opportunity for growth, right? So we do want to envision what perfection looks like, but we don't want to get obsessed with the idea that we can reach it because we can't. We never will. But knowing what it looks like, knowing what direction it lies in can be useful so we can incrementally move in the correct direction towards excellence. And yeah, so I think that's a healthier attitude than worrying about being perfect. None of us are perfect, ever. Brazilian, also Afro-Brazilian songs in Portuguese. Very cool. Trusted friends' opinions, totally valid. You're usually not afraid of them while doing the scary stuff, though. That's true. You can do it. I don't know what that means, Great Dane, but I'm glad. Yes, you can do it. They didn't like your tip. Everybody liked the tip. I think it's important to do something daily or several times weekly where you know it's likely that you fail, but you can still do it. Yeah, I have a long history of competition, I guess I would say, right? Like sports, games, whatever it happens to be. I like to measure myself against goals. I'm not particularly competitive with other people. I'm very competitive with myself. I always want to be growing. But sometimes you need an opponent to like measure progress or to at least provide an obstacle for growth, right? Like when there's something that is difficult to overcome, to strive against, then that's an opportunity for growth. Otherwise, it could be a clock. It could be a time thing. You'd be like, I want to do this faster. It could be a measurement. I want to go further. I want to go higher, whatever. But sometimes having another person involved in the process gives you both an opportunity to, compete against each other and both grow. So play tennis with a friend, and you could both be beginners, But after a year, you'll both be intermediate. After 5 years, you'll both be really good, you know? And it's like, and you can use each other to help each of you grow. We're all perfect at being imperfect. That would be nice. I wish I was perfect at being imperfect. But if you're saying there's nobody who's not imperfect, right? We are all imperfect. Like there's a perfect coverage of imperfection. That is true.
Yeah.
All right. I think I got my last potions. I did. Now I need to go and do potions from the Void Keep. Oh, great.
Yep, that's where I'm at right now.
Well, one of the nice things about this is that I can farm these stages with just 3 champions. So I can put my food champions in here and get some XP out of it. Surin says, "Hello guys, I come from the video of your second day." Well, that's awesome. By the way, nice content. Thank you so much, because I start a new account too. I just have one question. Which level are you both on mission part for your 5th? Which level are you both on? I'm not sure what you're asking there, Surin. That's a little bit confusing to me. Which level are you? If you're asking about missions, I'm on part 2, mission 103. Let me see. Let me get myself out of the way there. Sorry. You can see. Part 2 of 7 103 missions. This is not as fast as I've moved in the past, but that's how far we are in. And Son, you're on the same one?
Yep, we're both there.
Yeah, if that's what you're asking about. I have found this to be one of the slowest starts I've ever had, actually. And I think it's primarily because I spend all my time talking about overcoming fears and all the other things that are going on. But that's okay. You don't have to start fast to have a successful, fun time in Raid. And we'll get moving more quickly after this week is over, because we have been streaming every single day. This is our 5th stream in a row, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. This is our 5th stream in a row. We're taking tomorrow off. We will probably come back Monday, because Monday's the day we get Wukong. And then we're going to be switching schedules, and we'll probably be just streaming. I think we're going to hope to stream 2 days a week, because every day has been taking its toll. It's also harder to put out videos when we're streaming. The stream has to be our video most days, or at least has to be the major video most days. And we'd like to be able to get back to making really good videos. Need more in the clans, still room. We do. We have a couple of spots left in the clans. I don't think we have many. I think we have like 3 spots left or 4 spots left.
Yeah, if that.
So if anybody is looking for a clan for their new account, or if anybody has a relatively new account and is looking for a clan or just wants to join us and have fun, you can join our Discord community. The link is in the description of this video. It's also there on the main YouTube page. Come to the Discord. There's a NOOB versus Pro section category. You can see clan application is right there. Fill out a clan application. We'll get it processed in a day or less. And you can join the clans if there's a spot. If we get enough new applicants, we'll probably create a 3rd clan. And I think the goal would be to sort of make a mini cluster. So we'll have that 3rd clan be a little bit more advanced, and all the players who are a little bit more advanced will graduate into that clan. And we'll leave the first 2 clans sort of as beginner clans, because we have a lot of beginner players, because our channel is primarily focused on new player content and free-to-play content. And that way we'll have a little bit of everything. You know, we don't want our more advanced players to have to just be penalized for being in a new clan. I have an actual clan. I think it's like level 8 or something that I used for another new account like early in the year. So I'll probably convert that over. I even still have some players over there who are playing in that clan who, it's not a super active clan, but they're probably like 10 or 15 active players, so we can bring them over as well. If you are new to Raid Shadow Legends, you found the right place. Colred is the best teacher for new accounts on the internet. Thanks, Mr. Fithead. Dude, between you and Noah, I've got 2 really big hype men. I also got Great Dane here, who's like helping me out. I got a lot of people in my clan who are helping me out. It's great. I love the enthusiasm, and I like the reminders to tell people, for instance, to click the like button on the stream. Søren says, thank you so much, guys. It is my 2nd day. I'm blocked at part 1, 40th mission. It asks, get level rank 4 hero. I do miss action by rank 4. My kill before this appears. So now I focus for rank 4 food. Yeah, so you'll need to get 3 3-star food champions to turn your 3-star into a 4-star. It will also help you through the Colred community. Yes, Colred Plays community. The Discord's very strong. How many people do we have in the Discord community right now, son? Do you know? Can you see that there?
Over 100.
We were over 150.
Yeah, there's a place where I can check it, but it's blocked by my stream.
You're right. I could pull Jamarsa out here. I think this is probably, let's see if I can pull her out. I tried that before and I paid the price. Actually, let's get Doom Screech in here. See if that works. I might have to back it down. I probably should have backed it down just for the efficiency. I'm sorry, son. I cut you off there. What's going on?
153.
153. So getting bigger every day. And how are we doing on? I'm curious about how we're doing on the subscribers. We're up to 969 subscribers.
Yeah.
Oh, that's exciting. That's exciting. Can't wait to hit 1,000. Can't wait to hit 1,000. The every free shard video is doing quite well. We're 1,400 videos there. I don't understand why people downvote that kind of content, but we've got a couple of downvotes. But like we were talking about earlier, I can't let those opinions bother me too much. I thought it was a good video.
%.
All right, that worked out quite well. All right, let's see. Tie into the community and learn and have fun, and you will succeed. Yeah, one of the great things about the Discord community, I think, is that the community is very self-engaged. Like, the more players we've gotten in there, the more the conversations have proliferated, the more advice is being given. People are putting up their rosters in all the different roster locations, getting advice on Clan Boss, getting advice on like who to 6-star next, getting advice on Hydra. So if you're looking for advice, there are a lot of voices in the community who are experienced. And one of the reasons like they've come to the community is because they've rolled new accounts. They like doing challenge accounts, or they like doing, you know, they're doing a new account for the Sun Wukong thing, but they've been around the game. So they have a lot of information. And the bigger the community, the more that's true. So everybody can kind of contribute to it. And if you're a new player, you can kind of soak that in, and then you'll be the next generation of experienced players, right? You'll be the ones who are coaching the players, you know, 3, 6, 9 months from now. So it's a lot of fun. Yeah, you can do it. It's a line from a movie. That movie is The Water Boy. Are we allowed to discuss other topics other than Raid Shadow Legends during today's stream? We have. We have discussed many other topics, and we can. And if you have a question about any topic, feel free to ask it, and I will try to address it in the best way I know how. Søren says, sorry, another question. I pull from Green Shard's a rare hero called Crimson Slayer. I check her and I find her kind of OP mostly for early game. I want to know your opinion of that hero. Food or keep, sir? So Crimson Hero, let's see. I kind of forget Crimson Hero's faction. She Knights Revenant? Yeah. Crimson Slayer. That's what you were talking about, right? Crimson Slayer. Yeah. So Crimson Slayer is kind of interesting, and I've never really used this champion before, but we were talking about her on stream. I used her on one account one time because she has this 3-hitter, right? So that's decent on the A1. For Fire Knight, you can use her for Fire Knight because she has that triple hitter. In addition, she decreases turn meter. That's also good for Fire Knight. And then here, she has an AoE that has a chance of placing heal reduction. Heal reduction is also good for Fire Knight. So if you need an early game Fire Knight solution, Crimson Slayer can provide you with a very good one until you get some better champions. I probably wouldn't run her up too high. I would probably camp her out at, say, level 40 at 4 stars. That's going to help you get through like stage 10 at least of Fire Knight. And then you can use her in faction crypts for a while. And then eventually you can turn her into a 5-star chicken and use her that way. So you'll get value out of using her for a while. But I wouldn't 6-star her, and I wouldn't build her like with your best gear or anything like that. But yes, she's valuable. You can get some good value out of her. Let's see. How are we doing on the mission? 10 out of 20. Gosh. These dungeon things. Oh, I got to remember. No, I already did. I did my arena stuff, right? Yeah, I'm all set on arena. But I still want to get to Silver 4 because Silver 3 is awful. Was there a question about something else other than raid? Somebody wanted to ask something. Or do we want to stick with the raid content? Let's see. Let's get back in that dungeon. This is what we need. Yeah. Colred is family friendly, by the way. Get your family and kids involved with this game. Makes a great family play night activity. Family time is quality time. Mr. Fudan, you are fantastic. I'm so glad you're here. Godazard says, hello, how was your Void Shards pull? Just arriving. Sun had some very good Void Shard pulls. My shard pulls were not so interesting. I hit 4 rares. However, on my main account, I did hit a Lego. So you can watch for the video. We'll be posting that later. I'm not going to give away all the secrets because it'll be fun to watch that video. But I did hit a Lego, and a good one. I got a good one. Not like an Acrizia good, but still a good one. It's all about paying it forward, Great Dane. I agree. Crimson Slayer has some utility in early stages of Sand Devil and Fire Knight. Yes, Crimson Slayer is good for Fire Knight, Spirit Keep, and Faction Wars. Yes. Night Rev. Crimson Slayer is also good for Spirit Keep. Okay. Yes, because of the heal reduction. Also good for Doom Tower Heart's secret rooms later in the game. I didn't think about that. A triple hitter, heal reduction. I mean, usually when I think of Doom Tower secret rooms, I think of AoEs. I'm not 100% sure. I mean, the turn meter reduction is valuable. Does she hit hard enough to warrant leveling her up and not turning her into a chicken? I guess that's my question. So this weekend, is it recommended to pull our ancient shards? If you are a new player on a new account, absolutely pull your ancient shards when the 2 times event hits tomorrow. I'm sorry, son, go ahead.
I was just saying, definitely pull them tomorrow.
Yeah, pull them tomorrow. So wait, obviously, at the server reset, which is happening in just over 4.5 hours. After that, you can pull your ancient shards. Most rares are bad, wouldn't get them over 3 stars. I find rares to be valuable at 4 stars. So a lot of times, and even at 5 stars, depending on the rare and depending what you're using them for. But I very, very rarely take a rare up to 6 stars. As a free-to-play player, I just can't waste 6 stars on rares, you know, unless they're awesome, unless they're specifically good for something I know I need.
I need to equip a rare attack type champion.
Master Fuden, don't make me a chicken, please, Colred. I have potential. Okay. Well, you know, show me your kit. I don't know what your A1 is, man. You know, otherwise, if you're just some rando, I'm turning you into a chicken. Tomas says, I think she is not quite the level to keep for late game if you pull her early. Better to use her for Fire Knight until you don't need her anymore, and then use her as a chicken. I agree. I think at 40, you're going to get a lot of value out of her in Fire Knight, and then you can use her as a 5-star chicken. Exemplar and Andrissia, any good or more food for Kale? That's tougher. Okay, Andrissia is interesting. Wait, where's Andrissia? Is she Bannerlord? Or she's a high elf, isn't she? She's a high elf. There she is, Andrissia. Yeah, I thought she was Sacred Order, but she's high elf. Okay. I don't think she's food. 40% of decreased crit damage debuff for 2 turns, which isn't great, isn't awful. Has a 100% chance of placing a stun if the target does not have any active buffs. Has a 100% chance of placing a stun for 2 turns if the target does have any active buffs. 2-turn stuns are really rare. This is 100%. And you could place it if there are any buffs on the enemy. That's a 2-turn stun. That's incredibly strong. It's spot usage. It's not an AoE, you know. And then she does have an AoE on the A3 that has a 100% chance of decreasing the duration of all enemy buffs by 2 turns, which is almost as good as an AoE buff strip, right? Some buffs are up for 3 turns, but most are 1 or 2 turns. So you're going to get most buffs off of the enemy here. Increases duration of all increased defense buffs on allies by 1 turn, which is not bad. At the start of each turn, places an ally protection buff for 2 turns on the ally with the lowest max HP. And this is on a 5-turn cooldown, by the way. Although this is at the start of each turn, so I'm assuming that's not the cooldown. So it will not be placed on the... I don't know. Also places a strengthen and an increased defense on this champion for 2 turns. So maybe it is just everything's on a 5-turn cooldown. Yeah, I don't think she's food. I don't think she's food. I think she's really good for faction cribs. You could even potentially use her in Clan Boss. She rates pretty well. I don't think she's food. And then what was the other champion? Exemplar. I've never really liked Exemplar, but I've heard some people really like Exemplar. And maybe my bias is that her character model is awful. She's one of the original epics that launched with the game. So she does have a 2-hitter. She can place a 3rd hit if the attack is critical. So you do have a triple hit on the A1. Puts one of the target skills on full cooldown if the first hit is critical and the target is under a weakened debuff. Increases the cooldown of one of the target skills by 2 turns if the first hit is critical and the target is not under a weakened debuff. So cooldown, that's nice. Like locking people out. Attacks 3 times at random. Has a 100% chance of placing weaken for 2 turns. On a 2-turn cooldown if you book it. So triple hit, 100% uptime on weaken. Attacks one enemy, has a 100% chance of placing a freeze debuff for 1 turn and a block active skills with debuff. Yeah, not food. Not food. I can see why people like her. Another good Fire Knight champion. Also good in spot cases where you need a block active skills or freeze. I don't know that I would use her in arena. She's not fast. She might hit decently hard. 1500 attack is high for, and depending on what her multipliers are. Ally crit rate in arena battles by 27%. It's a strange, you know, she feels like an old school champion. Like they didn't quite know what they were doing back then when they made her. but she's not bad. I wouldn't call her food. I definitely wouldn't call her food. Unless you want to be really harsh. If you're just like, hey, I'm sacrificing everything for the sake of like my first 5-6 stars or something, then yeah, okay, I get it. But I probably wouldn't do that.
How's the grind going? You still going strong?
Yeah, still in the dungeons. Trying to get more potions. I'm sorry, potion keeps, not in the dungeon. Okay, now I'm a dependable champ. I'm scared to become a chicken. Mr. Fidan says, I don't have the substats like Sun, but I'm a fast learner. All right, we'll give you a reprieve for now. I don't know. Are you Team Sun or Team Colred? That's what I want to know. Nowadays, you get free legendaries. You get Deacon, which is also legendary. Yeah, Deacon's a legendary. He's so good. Andrissia is good. Exemplar is great. In Faction Wars, Andrissia is great in Arena. I 6-starred War Maiden. Still use her. If you do 6-star War Maiden, you will use her at endgame because she is an attack champion, I believe, but she's a debuffer. So you'll get a drop defense, 100% AoE drop defense with her in the secret rooms, which just make all of your other damage dealers hit harder. So yeah, I would keep using her. You could even put her in her stun set if you needed extra stuns. She's got an AoE. Make her super tanky, high accuracy. She's great. Soren says, I go for Deliana as code and kind of not regretted it, even though I know theoretically Armstrong was better choice. But I want to know after I got my Kale 6-star, I want to go for Sun Wukong for 6-star and after Deliana. Deliana is great. And the power of starting with a 5-star champion can't be like overstated, right? Like instead of starting with a 3-star starter, you're starting with a 5-star starter. You can get to 50 right away. And that's incredibly powerful. You will cruise through campaign. You will cruise in arena. You will crush everything for the first week or two, right? And then the value of that 5-star starts to die down. She's a slightly above average legendary. She will always give you value. You can make her your campaign farmer. You can put her in interesting builds, and she can even solo some stuff. So yeah, she's a valuable champion. And you really will snowball hard. So that's great. I don't know that I would 6-star Kale, Deliana, and Wukong all back to back because you have no supports there that provide you with other utility. I know Deliana is, kind of support-ish. You could build Wukong as a debuffer. That's kind of support-ish, but you need some turn meter fill. You need some defensive abilities on your champions. You need more things. You need poisons. You need, HP burns. There's a lot that you need to pick up. And so I don't know that those 3 champions together provide you with the best trio of first 6-stars. That's just my feeling. Not awful. They're all good champions. They're all worth 6 stars. But you might feel very keenly that you stop progressing after that point. And that's because you're going to have to bring up some other supports to get your team going again. Exemplar's control makes her strong in Faction Wars. Okay. Is this a good plan? Oh, well, I already answered that. Exemplar has some CC use. He's also pretty strong in unkillable bat. Okay. Didn't know that. And Drissia is a mini Necrit. ML, I think Deliana is great. She can solo Spider 10 with food. She's good in Hydra with her block buffs, even though it's a 4-turn. That's true. Her block buffs, debuffs, and her debuff spread are both really good. Her HP is super high, and she can help you with Nightmare Campaign. Deacon is better than most legendaries. Deliana is mediocre. I fed her a long time ago. Okay, well, you can use her as a 5-star chicken. I wouldn't have done that. I like Deliana. I think she's solid. But, everybody plays differently. So sometimes I think... So I'm kind of a completionist. Like, I have a huge roster of champions on my main account. You'd be shocked to see how many champions I keep in the vault. Like, I have 500 champions in my vault, 500 unique champions in my vault that I don't even use. Like, I just keep. They're faction guardians. All my faction guardians are full, all the rares, all the epics. And I know a lot of people will like take their old champions and feed them to empower new champions. And so they'll have more 60s than I do. Like I have whatever it was, we said, 65 or whatever, many of 6-stars. And I could have twice that many if I just fed all my food all the time. But I just like holding on to champions and having one of everything, and that's fun for me. So I would never feed a legendary ever for any reason, except Noble. I'm going to feed Noble into my into my ninja to make my ninja stronger. I use Deliana and Hydra, good up until hard or even brutal. Wukong is a good debuffer and CC. Ooh, we got 4. That's nice. Here we go. We got some more energy. All right. I wouldn't feed Deliana. It depends on what you have on your account. I agreed. I can't believe somebody fed Deliana. That's crazy. I don't think it's crazy. I think that when you feed a 5, like getting a 5-star chicken is a great thing. And if you've gotten some value out of her and then you want to get more value out of somewhere else and you're not going to use her, like what I think is kind of crazy is what I do. Like I keep 500 champions in my vault. I've got 500 3, 4, and 5-star chickens. I got 500 of them just sitting there doing nothing. That's crazy. You know, so when you think about it that way, it's like if she's just going to be a vault guardian forever because you're never going to bring her out again, why not feed her? Why not make her into power for somebody else? Deliana is also good as a shield set holder. That's very true, especially early on. If you haven't completed Faction Wars, don't feed epics and careful what rare you feed. That's good advice. I agree. Deliana has been a carry for me in Hydra, Leech A1, and block debuffs. Very good for Hydra, definitely. She's also good for Spider. Hard secret rooms are overrated. The legendaries you get are Vault Guardians. Euros does not. Taya can be okay. But if you're struggling with faction crypts, free legendaries are free legendaries. They're natural 5-stars. So I don't think they're ever a waste, right? And the secret rooms are a nice challenge to have when you're at endgame. If I wasn't doing secret rooms, I'd be bored. I like Deliana because her damage is based on her health. That's true. You're welcome, sir. David Love says, with Deliana and Kale, you can 3-star hard in about 5 hours. Deacon is better long-term. That's true. Deliana is better out of the gate. Deacon is better long-term. Bo says, they are bringing a new faction. I just noticed a hidden one top right corner. There will be a 16th faction. We know that that's true. They're also bringing, there's space for a 3rd clan boss fight. So we'll see what happens there. How much it will take us for get our Lydia from that faction achievements? If I'm not wrong, it is 942 stars. Yeah, so this is the thing. Like, they made Lydia a reward, and then they moved the goalpost on people, and some people got upset, and I understand that they got upset. The other option would have been to keep Lydia there and continue the bar past Lydia, but the idea is to complete your faction wars and then get Lydia. So it's frustrating if you were like getting really close and then they introduce Sylvan Watchers and now you're another 63 stars away and you have to build another faction crypt team. I get it. It is frustrating. I'm not sure it's unfair. It's just timing. It's just the way the world works. It's like saying, hey, I played basketball back in the day before the 3-point line was invented. So I would have had more points if they had invented the 3-point line. It's like, okay, I don't disagree, but what are you going to do about it? Right? It's the game evolves. So I would rather they keep evolving the game and keep progressing and keep adding cool factions and slightly moving the goalpost on Lydia than just assuming that, you know, the faction thing is complete and not doing it. I mean, when we get to 16 factions, we're going to be done with faction wars. So they can't move the goalpost anymore unless they decide to add another row of 4 new factions and try to go for 20, you know. Need some energy. I got those. That's good. Keep going. Feed Noble into Ninja. Please explain. So there's an empowerment ability, you know, when you get like a +1 or a +2, when you get duplicate copies, you can +1 or +2 or +3 or +4 your legendaries. Noble, since you can't get copies of Ninja, they made Noble Ninja's empowerment champion. So you can consume your Noble to +1 or +2 or whatever Ninja. So I picked up a Noble recently. And I haven't empowered my ninja yet. I haven't +1 to me, but I will. Chicken wouldn't make sense. Using the dupe system would be the way. Also great for ally attack team comps in arena in stun set. Yes, ally attack is very strong with an AoE A1, which she has. Absolutely. Socrates says, Ion, well, that's your opinion, which you're entitled to, but again, it depends on the account one has. For me, I have 0 good damage on Knight Revenants, and I still struggle in Faction Wars still. So for me, Taya. Yeah, again. So like I said, for that Doom Tower thing, I think there's a lot of power in collecting. So first of all, I like the, I'm interrupting myself. I like the challenge of the secret rooms. They're fun for me. I enjoy that. And it makes me re-examine champions I wouldn't otherwise look at. In addition, you get those champions. So if you need those champions for faction wars, then you have them. Another thing is they're all fraction. They're all fragment champions. So you can collect them and then use them during CVCs to get points during CVCs, or you can hold them for a fusion event and then pull them during champion chase, and they will help you get the fusion events. So I think even if you don't like the champions themselves, there are so many uses for them. There's so many ways to get value, and they're free, that ignoring them completely, I think, is a mistake. That doesn't mean you have to prioritize it. It's not going to like increase the power of your account exponentially or anything, but it's a nice extra bonus. And as a free-to-play player, I'm always looking for free stuff. And so I think it's good. You need secret rooms for Ramantu. That's another point. That's a good point. Bo says, Plarium being Plarium. Let me restart this. Bo says, Plarium being Plarium just moved the goalpost and effed over the newer players. Instead, they could just replace Lydia with another champion at her old spot and keep her as the end game goal. That's an interesting idea. You would be giving everybody who's already gotten the Lydia another free champion for doing nothing, right? They would just get an extra champion. But maybe you could make it an epic or something, right? You could make it a really solid epic, like a void epic. That would be a good place. You could put it back all the way where the 12 factions is, right? So when you complete 12 factions, you get it. Now, one of the things about that is, since there are more stars available now, you could get that more easily than you could get Lydia originally, right? Because you don't have to, you could just take every faction crypt up to 50 or whatever the number is, because 15 times 50 is 750. So whatever the number of stars was, you could get it without completing a single faction crypt. But if it were an epic, and it were a decent epic, but not an OP epic, I think people would be happy with that compromise. That's an interesting solution. I'll try to remember that in the future and maybe suggest it in one of my videos. I was young and dumb when I fed Deliana. Was desperate to 6-star Renegade. So you used a legendary as a chicken to 6-star your rare. What were we saying? We were all young and dumb once, right? Instead of replacing her with a Lego book or a Void Shard, you need Gomlock for the Ramantu missions. That's true. It is out of context, sorry, of course, but I want to know what you think about Sir Nicholas, because I accidentally check him and find kind of cancer, but when I think with new supports or debuff. How is Sir Nicholas? Sir Nick's great. He's an unkillable champ, right? He's one of the champions you can create an unkillable clan boss composition with, and he hits hard. I don't own him on any account. I've never owned him. But he places an unkillable buff and a continuous heal buff on all allies for 2 turns on a 4-turn cooldown. So he's one of the champions you can use to create an unkillable comp. I think you typically need like a second champion. And I think the most common champion actually is in the same. No, it's Bannerlords. Sorry, he's in the Bannerlords. I think it's Warcaster, who has a block damage buff on all allies for 1 turn, also on a 4-turn cooldown. So if you get the speeds right, if you speed tune it, you can create an unkillable comp with Sir Nick and Warcaster. And then Sir Nick hits pretty hard. So he's got a freeze chance, AoE, shield. It's based on HP. I mean, I don't own him, so I can't give you more than that. But I do know he's used. I do know people like him. I think he used to be stronger comparatively, and now he's a little bit, you know, he's been power crept because there are a lot more unkillable champs than there used to be. You can get Gomlock without the rare rooms. What I mean, you can speed up your progress if you focus on your main champion. Yeah, but at endgame, you're not worried about speeding up progress. You're worried about completing more things. So I wouldn't worry about the rare rooms early on, absolutely. I do think one of the things you can think about when you're considering a 6-star is, will I have use for this champion at endgame? So there are rare champions where you say, like, yeah, there is a secret room that I can use this champion in, and that might be part of the consideration about whether or not you take this champion to 6-star versus that champion to 6-star. But you don't need to worry about rare rooms for at least a year. Thomas Barco says, I personally think it's not bad to push Lydia further. I like the idea of it being the final goal. It just sucks that for the first moment, the people that were so close after a few months is cool again. Yeah, I agree. Mission 180 was clear. All the secret rooms in Doom Tower are hard. I guess you can choose which rotation. Is that one of the Ramontu missions? I haven't gotten there yet, if it is. Hey, talking about young and dumb, I wasn't young in real life, but definitely young in the game 3.5, 4 months ago. And I got a cold heart. I was like, oh, well, another blue 3-star, and I fed her. Ooh.
Ouch.
Whoops. I hope you get another copy soon. Ion, good point, but if a person likes the challenge, go for it. Bo, I've never pulled her again. Yeah, but it's only been a few months. You'll get her again someday. I hope. I really hope. Now, unkillable teams are super important for game, or is it specifically for endgame that unkillable comps? No, the earlier you can create an unkillable comp, the better off you are. An unkillable comp is the easiest way to clear Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss or Nightmare Clan Boss. And when I say easy, I don't mean it's easy to build. I mean, it requires the least amount of gear in a lot of cases, and like you only need specific champions, and then you can get 50 turns to do your damage, because you can't be killed in those 50 turns. Whereas if you're building a killable clan boss team composition, getting a team that can survive more than 50 turns is actually pretty difficult and pretty gear intensive. Now you can definitely do it, and the highest damages available are going to be for killable teams that are not unkillable. But if you get an unkillable champion like Sir Nick, now you're thinking, oh, hey, can I build an unkillable clan boss team? Because if you could do that 3 or 4 months into the game, you're going to start clearing those high levels of clan boss, and that's going to get you a lot of resources very quickly. That's the best place to get shards. That's the best place to get legendary tomes. So it is extremely valuable to build an unkillable clan boss team, and you don't have to be endgame to do it. I was level 85 on my main account before I pulled my first cold heart. Ouch. Definitely encourage everyone that can build an unkillable comp early to do it. Dump all your gear to those champs if you see you can get there with the speeds. It's the most worthwhile thing you can do. Yes, I agree. It is the #1 goal in the game to clear Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss. You need to do that to empower your account to do everything else. Mithrala now replaces Euros, so takes down the excitement to complete more secret rooms. I mean, Mithrala is awesome. She replaces everybody. I got my first cold heart 6 months in. Now 6 months later, I have 4 copies. Yeah, I got my first cold heart about 8 or 9 months in. It took me a while, maybe longer, maybe 10 months. And since then, I've gotten like 7 copies of her. So I have 2 built. And I think I have a 3rd one sitting in my vault right now. Thomas Barco says, I started with unkillable super early and never looked back, and started getting a lot of shards really early. Yeah, if you can get an unkillable early, it's worth it. How old should I feel if I am writing down a ton of raid stuff in a notebook? You should feel exactly
just old enough.
You should feel exactly this old. Same as me. I write stuff down in a notebook all day long. I love notebooks. Mithrala has a lot of areas where she can be used. I'd rather not use the silver to rebuild her every time Scarab comes along. Why do you need to rebuild her? 1 blood shield ring and you're good to go. Unless you have Phantom Touch on her. I don't think there's a fight in the game you can't use Thrall. The great thing is you can use her against the spiders in Doom Tower, because when she puts the Hex out there and the spiderlings counterattack, they petrify themselves. So, you know, you got to work around the heal for, is it Frost? No, it's not Frost Spider, it's Nether Spider, right? And for Frost Spider, you still need the HP burn in order to kill her off, or else she'll just keep coming back. But the counterattacks become really easy to handle because the Hex, you get hit, petrify, that's done. That's your CC. $23. We're up to 23. Son, what's going on over there? I've been talking for a while.
Yeah, I'm just playing my little alt account here.
Ah, you're leveling up your alt account. What level are you trying? You're going to take it all the way to 50?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
One more.
Are you planning to just do it super efficiently and just farm campaign as much as you can forever?
No, I'll probably actually play this account as well.
Yeah. It's good sometimes when you do your first referral account, if you don't have an alt account, to just play it legitimately, like the real way, because you're going to get, two really big benefits. One is you're going to see new champions that you've never seen before, so it gives you a chance to learn more champions in the same time frame.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think the second thing is, like, you can go through the experience that you just went through, but you know a little bit more, so you can see, like, you can pick more stuff up, because the first week in the game is so confusing, that, like, when you start running up a referral account, like, you don't care about, like, the account that much. You can take more time to read stuff. You pick it up, you see it a second time, you're like, oh, this makes more sense. This makes more sense. So I actually think playing my first alt account taught me a lot more than playing my main account. Now I did them about, I want to say, 5 months apart in terms of game time. They were actually about 2.5 years apart in terms of real time. But I think my main account was at about 5 months when I rolled my first alt. And I really like that account. It's such a good account. In some ways, it's almost better than my main account. Like, my first legendary was Bad Alcazar. It's just a ridiculous legendary to get first.
I thought that there were always multiple faction crypts open at the same time.
There are.
Yeah, right now I have Orc Crypt and Ogre Tribe Crypt closing in 4 hours, but I only have Barbarian Crypt opening.
Well, no, you have... So you can't see it because it's Dark Elves, and Dark Elves is currently up, so you don't have the timer.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
So it's Dark Elves and Barbarians that are coming up.
Right. I have to remember to get my food up before 8 o'clock and run my faction crypts, because I've already forgotten once. And then I got to forge some new perception gear. And some new resilience gear. I got a good resilience piece the other day. My first 3 resilience pieces were not good, but then I forged some 4 or 5-star pieces, and I got a good 4-star piece. So I don't know who that's going to go on. It might go on Jamarsa.
Hammerhawk made a good point.
What's that?
Promo codes.
Oh, promo codes today.
Gotta put in another promo code.
Do we have another one? I don't know if we have any more.
I know. I think subscribe mid game or something is one.
We used that already.
Did we?
Yeah, we used the superpower, subscribe mid game, and UDKB day. So I don't know if there are any more that are currently active. Does anybody have a promo code out there that is still active for us at this point that we could use? I don't think there is. We might be out of them. Good night, GOT. Good to see you. We'll see you on Monday.
Yeah.
Hammerhawk said, when I started my main, I wasn't aware of player code. Ouch. Pulled Teal the other day. Now I got 3 legendary HP burners. Bummer. HP burners are great though, aren't they? I'm making a list in case I do a self-referral account. Can you tell me the promo codes that you use each day? Promo codes you are saving for later. I only know of 3. Like, I know of a lot of them, but a lot of them, once you use one, it cancels out the other. So once you use superpowers for Deacon Armstrong, it cancels out all the other new account ones that you can use. So the only other 2 that I know of is subscribe mid-game and UDKB day. Now, I do have some others that we could try, but I don't know if I don't think any of them will work, but we may as well try them just to see. Let me see if I can find them. I have them in a list somewhere. Okay. So I already tried mid-game 23 Giz card, and that didn't work. So let's try this one. See if this one works. Let me see what this is. Das Spiel 23 Chinor. I don't think this is going to work either. It's only valid for new players. So that's the problem, right? Because I don't think we count as new players anymore. Once you hit like level 25 or something, that goes away.
Yeah.
I tried mid-game Seducer. That didn't work. Game Geeks Tricks 23 Mother. Game Geeks Tricks 23 Mother. Only for new players. So they cancel each other out, you know? And I tried all the other ones I know. I tried Shadow Raid. I tried Firestarter. I tried Power Starter. Get Deliana. I tried all.
Oh, well, at least we got what we got.
Yeah. Just look at chat if anybody had any other ones.
Yeah, I checked the Hell Hades thing as well, but
subscribe mid-game gets you, it's like 2 energy refills. I think it's 2 times 50 multi-battles. What else did it get us? It got us maybe an Epic Tome? Subscribe mid-game gives you a lot of resources, actually. Yeah. Clear stage 3 or higher of the Spider's Den 5 times on it. Okay, Spider's Den. It's time to get some whatchamacallits, accessories. Here the ally attack will really help if they focus the boss, which I hope they do. Let's just do that just to make sure.
Yep, and what are you thinking for the stream?
For the stream?
Yeah, time-wise, we've been going almost 5 hours.
Oh my gosh, it's almost 4 o'clock.
Yeah. I still got to edit a video and do all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, that's true. We got to do those things. Yeah. Well, I think we've done well. I think we've done, let's see, we're at 4 hours and 44 minutes. If you want, you could take off and go start editing our video, and I'll just take it to the 5 hour mark and then finish it off. Or if you want, you can stick around. It's entirely up to you.
Well, I don't have that.
Remember? You don't have what? Oh, you don't have, because I have to because I stopped the upload so we could start the stream. Yeah, that's right.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So then, you want to stick around and hit 5 hours? Should we call it?
I'll leave it up to you, my friend.
You leave it up to me. Take it to 24 hours. That's what Great Dane says. Take it to 24 hours. I think the longest stream I've ever done was somewhere around like 13 hours. I did a stream for a really, really long time back in the day. There were a couple of them, but I would often stream for six hours. That was probably my normal stream, was about 5 or 6 hours. Now that feels like forever. Also, I'm standing the whole time because I'm not sitting down, you know, so just standing in one place for 5 hours is actually kind of tough. So yeah, it is 4 p.m. It is 4 hours and 45 minutes. So I think we'll call it here. We want to get that video out for you guys tonight. Remember, we are off tomorrow, so have a good Sunday wherever you are. Don't forget to like the stream. Thank you very much. Subscribe to the channel, join the Discord, do all those things. And if you want to roll an account and get into one of the clans, we still have a very few spots left in the clans. So that is available through our Discord. Thanks for hanging out. Good conversation to get today. I really love the engagement with the chat. Thanks so much. Son, thank you for being here.
Oh, yeah.
And we'll
Thanks for joining us, everybody.
Yeah, we'll come back on Monday when we get our Sun Wukong, and then we'll see what happens after that. The series will continue, but it will probably continue in video form and not necessarily always in stream form. So watch for those videos as well. All right, thanks so much, guys. It's been really fun. You have a great day, and we will see you soon.